right, you guys. We are ready to rumble. I've always wanted to do that. So guys, welcome to the stop of the tour in beautiful Garden Grove, California. Ooh. What's going on with our mics? Are we good with our mics? Is everyone hearing us okay? Amazing. A little bit of feedback. And you guys, so listen, we are having a packed house. Today's going to be full of phenomenal speakers. And just to kind of share with you guys, we've had such a fantastic time so far on our Zeta Diamond Tour. So last year, we actually started Miami, Salt Lake City, Nashville, let me think, what else? Connecticut, where else? Dallas, and then earlier this year, we were in Denver, Colorado, whoop, in addition to New Jersey, and now here we are in beautiful California. So we are just so excited. And so you guys are probably like, who is this chick? Who is this chick talking to me right now? So my name is Alexa Caballo Hughes, and I've been listing and selling for about 12 years now, and I love this industry so much. This is what makes my heart sing. Within my industry, within my time, within my career, I was like all in it to win it. I always want to be the smallest fish, right, in the pond, right? I love to surround myself with other like-minded individuals or those that even are that much more further along. So I commend you guys for taking the time out of your busy days to come to this great event, because guess what? You guys are going to learn so much. And look to the left and to the right of you. These are some phenomenal opportunities for referral partners, and let's all just come together to grow together. Isn't that what it's all about? Who's ready to learn and have some fun? So speaking of growing out of my comfort zone and always trying to grow, right? I can't even tell you what an incredible experience it's been to work with Ricky. And I know every single one of you here, you're here because of this man, Ricky Carruth. Am I right? Give me a round of applause. I mean, we have a packed house, So that being said, Ricky and I, we talk daily on how can we make these events better, right? We learned so much from last year, and we're just so excited to bring this to you today. Dynamic speakers. We're gonna go back to back to back to back. So if you have to step out, do your thing, but we're gonna be pouring on the value for you guys all day long. And before we get into it, we have to first thank our sponsors, our huge title sponsor, Revive, who we'll be hearing from later today. Give them a round of applause. In addition, our sponsorship is the Insight team at NEO Home Loans and Ascendant National Title. So because of you guys, you're able to help support us and what we're doing, so we can come to you guys free from California. Woo! All right, so before we get started, I love to kind of do like a little pulse check on the room. So let's see here. How many of you guys have been selling for less than a year? Dang. So I'm not trying to make a competition, but who thinks that they're the most newly licensed person in the room? Stand up if it's you. All right. How long have you been an agent for? 1 month. Give it up. One month. Anyone could be 1 month. Less than 1 month. 2 weeks. I literally can't even imagine the fact that you found this community 2 weeks in the business. Are you kidding me? Like, it's all about who you surround yourself with, right? 1 + 1 is 11. Your career is like a plane taking off. If you're off by 1 degree, you're gonna end up somewhere totally different. So round of applause for the people that are taking the time to be here, freaking 2 weeks in the business. All right, 5 years in the business. If there's 5 years or more in the business, raise your hand. 10 years in the business. All right, the hands are dropping. This is where my hand drops. 15 years. 20 years. Oh, shoot. 25 years. Anyone? Joe, how many years?
33.
33 years? We have 33 with Joe and 30, you guys. So I'm not that great at math, but like how many years experience do we have coming together here? A lot of experience. So get comfortable, right? Get comfortable being uncomfortable. Make some friends. And I love this analogy. So imagine like a rubber band, okay? So I wish I had someone have a hair tie, throw me a hair tie, whatever. Someone? Just kidding. Ooh! Ooh. Okay. So imagine this is a rubber band. So within the rubber band is your comfort zone. Okay? What's happening? It's stretching. Opportunity and success, whatever that means for you, and even more than success, significance, making a difference, right? Living your purpose, is outside of this rubber band, is outside of your comfort zone. So every day, stretch your comfort zone, and the opportunity and everything awaits. That's what's up. All right. There's something going on here. I'd rather walk around anyways. So, before we get into it, guys, we have a jam-packed day, phenomenal speakers, and I have the pleasure of bringing on stage one of my friends, my business partners, and he's going to be talking to us about mindset, okay? Because we all need a mindset to win. Isn't that right, Michael Pellegrino? Oh, I did something. Oh, and our sponsors, yep. Michael Pellegrino. All right, Michael. So Michael Pellegrino is a son, a husband, brother, uncle, and a father to 2 little fur babies that are just so cute. Michael was a 27-year police officer who was retired to carry out his purpose in life. Michael is not only a realtor, Michael is skilled in real estate investing. His portfolio includes not only commercial, but also residential. And he and his wife own an advertising, marketing, and event company at the Jersey Shore. Okay, I mean like the real Jersey Shore. He is also a motivational speaker, life coach who helps individuals build and create wealth through flipping and rentals of both commercial and residential. And he and his wife are the founders of Resilient Minds on the Front Lines, which teaches people how to win in your mindset and also in the game of life. Be safe, be healthy, be resilient. Michael Pellegrino, welcome to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing good? Come on, California, wake up. Come on, here we go. We're in for a great day today, aren't we? All right. Again, like Alexa said, my name is Michael Pellegrino. I'm all the way from the Jersey Shore. We have any Jersey Shore people here? We don't pump our gas in Jersey, we pump our fists. That's what we do. So, just a little bit about me, and then we're going to go on to. But I have one question for each and every one of you. One question. What is your why in life? What is your purpose for existing, your PFE? Family. Excellent. Anybody else?
Change the world.
To enrich others. Excellent. Create opportunity. Your son. All great things. Every one of you, when you leave here today, know what your why is. Know what your meaning in life is. Know what your purpose for existence is. For me, it's every day just trying to make others better. Add value to them. My mentor, John Maxwell, said it the best. When you add value to others, that's what really makes the sea rise. That's what it's all about. How can we do that? For me, I was a 27-year police officer. I did the job. And then, really, it wasn't until the middle of that when things started to change for me. and this is the biggest nugget I want you to take out of here today in my group here, is once you change your mind, you change your life. It's the easiest thing said, it's the hardest thing to do. Because what do? We live right here. We live right here. And what controls us? One thing, fear. Can we touch fear? Can we hold fear? Can we do anything with fear? No.
Accept it.
Accept it and deal with it. But these are the things that we need to be able to control. And I'm not going to sit up here and say everything is going to be magical, because life's going to happen. And life's going to happen when you're making other plans. Because remember, life, L-I-F-E, is coming to a theater near you. And it's going to hit you. And it's going to hit you hard. But how do we stop ourselves from spiraling down and be able to turn it over and spiral back up? One of the things that works for me, and walk out of here with it, is gratitude. Gratitude to be alive. Gratitude to be breathing. Gratitude to be in this room with each and every one of you. Because for me, I carried this bag a lot in my life. And I stuck a lot of people's problems in my bag. I stuck a lot of things throughout my career. But it wasn't until I was able to understand how to put this bag down that I was able to release that. How many people are carrying that bag? And I'm sorry if I described you, I was describing me for a long period of time. But it wasn't until I got that winning mentality to be able to understand nothing changes in life until the mind changes. You can change your address, you can change your friends, you can change everything. But if you don't have a change, if you don't change your mind and do things that are out of your comfort zone, like Alexa just said, you have to be out of your comfort zone. Because we don't grow in our comfort zone. Two things that make me feel alive in life. Two things. Giving and growing. When I'm doing those two things, I feel like I'm alive. And believe me, I went through a time period there where I slept on people's couches for a little bit. Didn't have much. My wife came home. We couldn't have children. My wife came home, lost her $175,000 a year job. $75,000 in debt. It wasn't until then that you really look and you really understand. Took that $75,000 debt, took a cash advance on 2 credit cards to buy a flip. Sold that flip and paid off all 3 credit cards. Not only debt-free, but now we own 30-some properties at the Jersey Shore and South Carolina and Florida as well. That's what I want each and every one of you to understand that you can do. What Ricky and every other person in this room is going to give you to do is give you the tools. So it's important to take them tools and do something with them. Because again, the call to action here, you got to understand, it's not about you, it's that purpose. In life, we talk about the birth date and we talk about the death date. But are those 2 dates important? They are. But what's most important than them 2 dates? The dash. Being able to live your legacy right here and right now. Understanding that. Understanding that you can do and be whatever you want as long as you take that action. Nothing happens without taking action. Action is important. It's probably the most important word here, because nothing happens without that. We always say, I should be rich. I should be selling 10 houses a month. I should be doing all this stuff. I should. What happens when you should? You should all over yourself. Exactly. That's what happens.
Tony Robbins.
Turn them shoulds into musts. My mentor, Tony Robbins, he said it the best. Them shoulds turned into musts. I've took a lot of things that he's said, and I took them to heart. And I've applied them to my life, and I hope that each and every one of you can apply them to your life as well, because it's so, so very important. Gratitude and opportunity is all around us. Sometimes we just need to catch it in our nets. I'm telling you, people understand this. I take 3 Post-it notes a day and I put them on the refrigerator. I put them somewhere next to me. Before I even get out of bed, I write my gratitudes for the day that happened within the last 24 hours. You want to talk about life-changing? That's life-changing. That's going to stop you from that spiral down. It's going to put that on pause. And what it's going to do, it's just going to make you propel throughout that day. One simple thing done in the morning, task completed, that will get you through. That will propel you to the next task, and the next task, and the next task. But if you're not doing that, make sure that you change it. Because right here, neuroplasticity.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about neuroplasticity, burning new neural pathways in our brain to be able to get to where we need to go. We burn them new neuroplasticity, neural pathways in our brain, then what's going to happen? We're going to start to make that a habit. Anybody has any questions, comments, concerns, I will be in the back. I will be here all day. But more importantly, I want you to know you can reach out to me on Instagram. We can talk. We can do anything that you need to make sure you propel your life, because you know what? It's all about you. The most important person in this room today should be you. And if it's not, then shame on you. Thank you very much.
Seriously. You guys, I can't even say enough about this man right here. Michael, we're like fast friends. What do we call that? Linear
acceleration.
Isn't that how it is when you meet someone that is just so on your level of mindset and just so right there? It's like you feel like you've known each other forever and they talk the same language, right? It's like 1 + 1 is 11. Let's elevate. Michael Pellegrino, thank you so much. So guys, before we continue on, you're going to notice that, where's our fun slides? Here we go. So we're going to have real-time interactive opportunities. So please, just like Michael shared, connect with him on Instagram. Obviously, it's a great way. It's an easy way to just connect. Reach out to him. On my story, this is my Instagram, Alexa Caballo Hughes. Please go on there. I'm going to have each of our speakers, I'm going to be posting them on my story. Any questions that you have for them, I'm going to be tagging them. You can ask them questions. We're going to make sure every single person's question is answered here today, because that is what it's all about. The relationship just starts here, people. I'm just telling you. It all starts here. So, speaking of relationships, one of the most incredible men I know is Joe Sinnona, and he's going to be speaking to us about a lifetime of sales. And we know it's a lifetime, 33 years, and some, which we'll talk about in a second. So a little bit about Joe. Joe Sinnona is an owner of Sinnona Speaks Seminars and is a licensed NYS associate broker who is still actively selling in his home market of Long Beach, New York. His sales career began at age 10. Yes, age 10, when he would sell people's junk on the street corners. Cannot wait to hear more. Joe graduated from Manhattan College, Bronx, New York, with a degree in English and education. He took a leave of absence from teaching in New York City public schools and became a realtor 33 years ago. Shortly thereafter, to return as a Department of State instructor, full of knowledge. With a teaching background, he begins to the classroom a dynamic way of lecturing through the power of story. Telling and role play inclusion. Joe is part-time faculty instructor for Hofstra University in New York, and he successfully taught and mentored top producing practitioners throughout the country. And with that, welcome Joe Sinnona.
Thank you very much.
Take it away, Joe.
Could everybody do me a favor right now? Could everybody please rise and applaud? Please rise and applaud. Please. Let's get them going. Let's get them going. Let's get them going. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's it. That's the end of my speech. I always wanted a standing ovation. But thank you for that. That was great. I don't think I'll ever have another standing ovation like that one. So thank you, California. Thank you. Thank you very much. They call me the storyteller realtor because I have many stories of 33 years. But today is about you. Today is about inspiration. Today, like Mike said, it's about mindset. And where your mindset goes, nobody knows, right? Except for you. You have a choice, and I'm a very big movie buff, so I'm going to start quoting movies right now. And life imitates art, but perception is greater than reality. So you have a choice in the morning to get up and say to yourself, get busy living or get busy dying. Where's that come from? There you go, Shawshank Redemption. That's it. So, see, it's working already. All right, so the mindset is so important. 33 years ago, the mindset was even more important because we didn't have technology. Don't you dare call me a dinosaur, I'll kill you. I have more energy, more life in me, and there's still more sales to go. Why? Because there's more relationships that happen every day. And Ricky is so right. You must put your relationship before your transaction, before any of the money can come in. New agents, 2 weeks. It's great. They got this sparkle in their eye. Look at him, look at him. He's like, I'm a virgin. And now I come into the business and you get this old timer in the corner and he says, come over here. What's your name? What's your name? Joshua. Get over here. What you doing? You're showing everybody up. You got a good attitude. And Joshua goes, how long you been in the business? Never mind me, 50 years. And it becomes a coffee clutch. Stay away from those people, they're toxic. Stay away from them. So Joshua's full of life. And he goes to door and he goes, yeah, I'm going to go door to door. Because this is where the business is, relationships. And he is listening to Ricky Carruth. He's listening to all the famous people that have been on this stage and more to come. And he's getting full of inspiration. And he's got that charge of electricity. All of you will have that today with every speaker that you hear. And you know what's going to happen? 3 days from now, it's all going to wear off if you let it. The shot in the arm you get today, put it in you for a lifetime. Because that's called sustainability. I'm green. Look at me. I've stayed in this business through the down market and through the up market. I'm green. I've been sustained. I've been maintained and retained and detained. Some people think I belong in a hospital. That's another story for another time. But the spark that you all have as new agents, and I'm speaking to new agents first, has to stay with you forever. Excuse me, ladies, I'm talking here. That's quite all right. And thank you, everybody, for staying in your seats and not going to the bathroom, because I'm ready to go to the bathroom right now. But I want you to stay in your seats because you're going to get a lot of value from a lot of our speakers today. And why I say that is because if you have a phone, take notes. There's a lot of golden nuggets that are going to fly your way. Door to door, role-playing, cold-calling. You've been given the formula of success. And when there's more technology and social media, just so you know, that is a branding tool. That is not a lead generation tool. Facebook ads, Instagram ads, I've gone through my gamut of Z buyers, bold leads, real geeks, you name it, and I get the same results that you do. The art of the negotiation and the deal is in the relationship you build with people. And if they like you and they trust you, you will do business with them for a lifetime. Don't listen to the naysayers. Don't surround yourself with people who want to bring you down. Because you know what? They're down. They're down. You might get down. You might have bad days. I've had bad days. I got into this business when there was 600 properties on the market in my area of Long Beach, New York. By the way, it's weird to pass Long Beach, California when you're from Long Beach, New York, just so you know. But I will tell you that sustainability in this business, longevity in this business, has to come from within you. Either you like real estate and love real estate, or you don't. It's cut and dry. Okay? Loving something and in your blood are two different things. Well, you know, this one student of mine says, oh, you know, I'm in the real estate business because I dabble in real estate. What are you, a friggin' artist? Sorry, I'm from Brooklyn, so we like friggin'. You know, we say other things, but, you know, I want to be clean right now. But you understand what I'm talking about? Who reads my message? Who hears my message right now? Who hears it? Everybody. You should all be hearing it, or else I'm going to give you some cotton swabs for your ears. You got to understand that this is a choice that you make. Just like you have ice cream. You go over there and you say, I want the chocolate or I want the vanilla. Why do you choose the chocolate and the vanilla? It's a simple answer. Because you choose it. That's it. The rest of it is a mind game in your head. Your customers have a mind game in their head. Your clients have a mind game. Do I list it with this guy or do I list it with this girl? Who do I list with? And in between that decision is fear. They are fearing you. Imagine people can fear you. When I was a little kid, right, and I was selling people's junk on the corner, that's how I started my sales career, believe it or not. I went door to door, and I said, do you have junk in your attic? And people would give me their junk, and I would take it to the corner, and I would sell it, and I would go, $5, $6. I sold an Elvis bust. This is like sickening to my stomach even today. For $5, the king, Elvis, signed it. The guy I sold it to died last year, and I knew him. His name was George. He was my neighbor. He knew what he was buying. He died last year, and the first thing I asked his daughter, Margaret, I said, Margaret, do you have the bust? And she goes, what? I said, the Elvis bust. She goes, yes, I do. I said, it's worth thousands. It's something that's so priceless. And I'm not talking about the bust. I'm talking about your career. Your career has to be so priceless that when you go out into the field, you have to take your weapons of choice. And here are your weapons of choice. Courage, stamina, self-esteem, and most important, the idea that you're going to be in this business for the long term. And there will be people that talk about your retirement, and you should have a clear, concise mindset about retirement. This is not a Supreme Court nomination where you're there till you're dead. Within 7 years from now, I will be retired from the real estate industry. That's the first time live on YouTube that I'm saying it. And I am happy. But I still love this business. I love this business like Oprah loves bread. And so should you. Remember, and that joke never gets old, by the way. That's a good one. But I got to tell you, if you don't do the things that are necessary, Les Brown says, that are possible, for yourself in this industry, then why are you here? Mike asked, what is your why? I'm going to ask you, why are you in this business? And if you can't answer it in 20 seconds or less, that's your elevator pitch to yourself. If you can't answer that question, then do us all a favor and get yourself that part-time job. Get yourself that full-time job. I know that sounds insulting, but some people were meant to clock in. I want you all to check in. Check in once in a while with yourself. Do an evaluation. Do a SWOT analysis. Find out what your personality is and do a DISC analysis test on yourself. You know why? Because in discovering yourself, you will learn how to manage and be with the people that are out there that may have a different personality. And if you two lock horns at any given moment, give it to somebody else in the office. Give it to that guy with the 50-year-old career. He knows what he's doing, maybe. But take a referral fee. Make some money on it. Don't just throw the leads away. Work them. If the person doesn't call you after once that you're calling them, do you give it up? Do you throw it out? Now is the time to be a stalker. And when somebody says, stop calling you, you do. You don't just call them up and harass them. What kind of a professional are you? Where's your fiduciary responsibilities? Old car, obedience, loyalty, disclosure, confidentiality, accountability, reasonable care. Digest that one, because that's our secret oath of office. We took a secret oath of office, believe it or not. Raise your right hand, please, and repeat after me. I took a secret oath of office, and I'm going to live it. And if I don't live it, Joe Sinnona's going to come over and kick my ass. Sinnona speaks. So does Ricky later. And Ricky's idea of, and I say idea, I come from Brooklyn, idea of relationships over transactions is as true today as it was 33 years ago. You guys have the upper advantage, but the people are still the same. There's still expired listings. There's still for sale by owners. And then there's the people that say, let me put my house on the market and just feel it out. I told this one woman once, if you want to feel something, right, there's your husband. But stop testing the market. So for sale by owners, expires, those are consistent with what happened 33 years ago. And sales are easier today. That's why you have guys like Pillow. I call it Pillow because I don't want to get sued. And you have Julia. You have people like that. You know why? Because people like us allowed it to happen. They allowed it to happen. And you know why we allowed it to happen? Because we stopped doing old car. The R of reasonable care went out the window. So, here's your instructions. I will take care of my customers and clients, and I choose to work with people who are loyal to me. Stop working with disloyal people. It doesn't work. It's like a relationship. If she doesn't like you, guess what? You're not getting any kisses. There's no such thing as exclusivity. It's an open listing. And you know what happens with open listings? They have the right to sell on their own and date. They cheat us. Don't let anyone or anything bother you in this business. Zip up, like my first mentor said, Tom Hopkins. Zip up and wear a filter. And filter out the noise and the negativity. If you don't do it, there's no longevity. Nothing. If you allow the toxic environment to overcome you, guess what's going to happen? You'll become that statistic of 87% that fail in their first year in real estate. And if you are older in the business, wake up. Rediscover yourself. It's a brand new day, and you're not even on drugs. You don't need drugs. Real estate is your drug. Don't get caught up in the quagmire of the business. It doesn't work. That's my message here today. And I want it to resonate not just here and 3 days later, but for a lifetime of sales. Thank you. I still have 2 minutes, so keep going. 2 minutes. Oh, they're standing. Oh my God, this is a natural. California, I knew I loved you for a reason. Here it is. Woo! Here we go. Look at this. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Are you serious? Joe, give it up for Joe. Joe, you're an even better hype man than I'm a hype woman. I don't know. Like, round of applause? Who gets a round of applause before you even get started? See, that's what happens when you're in the business 33 years. You figure shit out, right? Awesome, guys. So, speaking of figuring stuff out and paying it forward, our next guest, David Cohen, will talk about the power of constant evolution, right? Evolve or dissolve. That's my mantra. So David is founder and chief executive officer of the Cohen Company and considers himself an apartment building expert. I don't know many apartment building experts. I don't know about you guys, but I'm stoked. With his sole focus being in multifamily apartments, David prides himself on putting his clients' interests above anything else and specializes in identifying as well as executing some of the largest off-market transactions on both the private and institutional level across a number of states nationwide. At 30 years old and with over 1.3 billion, guys, billion with a B, billion in sales volume, it says David's relationships with a plethora of the most sophisticated and capable buyers in the country allow him to adapt to any owner situation and create a seamless transaction in regards to the sale of their property. At his previous brokerage, David completed over $265 million in volume within 1 year alone, like seriously. Holds a record for brokering the largest sale transaction in the history within Keller Williams Realty, and was consistently ranked the #1 commercial real estate broker for Keller Williams out of 186,000 agents. Like, what? Wild. With that, welcome to the stage, David Cohen.
How's everybody doing today? Good. That's the energy? Come on.
Here we go, David.
I asked, how is everybody doing today? That's more like it. Show of hands. How many of you in here are full-time in real estate? It's a good number. All right. Out of those people with their hands raised, how many of you crave success and do everything in your power and can truly tell yourself that you do everything in your power day in and day out to achieve that? Cool. All right. Well, I'm here to tell you to stop chasing success. I'm here to tell you to start detaching yourself from the outcome and start working on making yourself the best version of you possible. I promise you, should you make yourself the best version of you possible, you can accomplish anything. And boy, do I literally mean anything. Say it with me, right? Success is something you attract by the person you become. Success is
who you attract by the person you become.
Absolutely. See, for those of you who don't know me, my name is David Cohen. I was raised maybe 45 minutes from here in the San Fernando Valley, right? Raised by a single mother. My father was incarcerated when I was about 3 years old and then later deported to his home country. I was a horrible kid, right? 9-to-5 job, nothing's wrong with that. Looking at the clock every day, waiting for it to hit 5 p.m. so I can leave and go party and smoke with my friends and get my $500 paycheck, which would be gone by Monday, right, due to my bad habits I just mentioned. But I was lost. I never imagined I'd be able to achieve the success I did in real estate. But it all started with changing myself, right? It all started with trying to better and seek the unknown things that would make me a better man, a better husband, a better father, and overall a better real estate agent, right? Again, I promise you, if you do those things, anything is possible. Did I have dreams and goals? Absolutely. My dreams and goals had nothing to do with real estate. My dreams and goals were similar to a lot of young men these days, which was to make it to the National Basketball Association, or better yet known, the NBA, but I'm not sure if you guys know this. It's pretty hard to make it when you're just like a couple of hairs over 5 feet tall, right? But fast forward to today, as Alexa mentioned, I'm a 30-year-old commercial real estate broker who specializes in brokering the sales of some of the largest off-market apartments across the nation, handful of states nationwide, right? With that being said, it was not always like that, right? As I mentioned, I wasn't a bad kid. I was just into the wrong things, hanging out with the wrong crowd, and just found myself lost. During that time, I had a girlfriend, and things, which is now my wife, right? But I had nothing going for me, and until I met her, she really sat me down and made me realize my real potential, right? And I seeked coaching, right? And whatever works for you, whether it's seeking coaching, whether it's coming to amazing events like this, right, and learning from the amazing speakers that are on here, or just opening your mind and being open to learning what you don't know, right? The problem is what is new is fearful, right? What is new is fearful, but we have to seek the unknown consistently to become who we want to be, right? Fast forward to today, I've sold $20 million deals, $40 million deals, $60 million deals, hell, even 100, I think my largest transaction to date is roughly $133 million, right? And I tell you guys that strictly as motivation, because if I'm standing here and I did it through the struggles that I come from, through what I've been through, anyone can do it. Anyone can do it, right? I have a guy in my office who works for me and works with me, and he's a newer agent, and he consistently comes in and pounds the phones and consistently cold calls, right? Which is what the number one avenue to success in real estate is. Don't ever let anybody tell you different, right? It's why Ricky preaches it. It's why all the top agents preach cold calling. But he consistently comes in and he puts in the work. But I asked him, what do you want? He's like, I want to be successful. I want to be successful. I want to close that deal. But when you chase something, it does what? It runs away, right? It's just human nature. Consistently runs away. So, you attract, right? You attract success by being a better person. Now, everybody has a different version of what they feel like success is, right? But the change within and what makes you happy and will allow you to truly chase success and be comfortable doing so, you have to be happy, right? Whether that means being a better lover, whether that means being a better agent, whether that means being in shape, being a better husband to your wife, or a better wife to your husband, or husband to your husband, or wife to your wife, right? You work on that and you start from within. If you detach yourself from the outcome, I promise you, success will come. It's inevitable. The problem is, and it's human nature, right? We walk around and we're working on deals and we think, oh my God, I'm about to make, X amount of dollars by doing a certain deal or by working on a deal, and all we're looking at is to the close. People don't fall in love with the process is the biggest problem, right? You have to trust the process. By trusting the process, you will evolve into who you need to be, right? You will become who you need to be, and everything else, it will fall into place. It's inevitable. It's absolutely inevitable, right? How many of you have been in real estate for, let's say, 10 years? Show by whoever raise their hands. How many of you run a team or have agents under you? So you guys know what it's like to have that new agent come in wide-eyed, right? All they see you, they see you're making money. All they want to do is be that, and they think to themselves that, you know, it's a fast track to success. It took me 10 years to become an overnight success. 10 years, right? I heard a song the other day by a gentleman by the name of Jack Harlow, and he said, I've been in the game 10 years, but it took me 8 to start eating. And that couldn't resonate with me any better than it did, right? It's so true. People only see what you accomplish. When I go into rooms, or when I go just anywhere, you know, walk into a real estate office and people approach me and they see the deals that I've done, and they're like, you know, oh my God, you're from a, you know, part of me in the back of my head is like, man, if you only freaking knew what I've been through to get here, right? If you only knew the sleepless nights, all the deals I've lost, right? Because I was, you know, can't tell you how many times I was attached to the income, right? And that doesn't go through. And then I'm crying all night long for countless nights, right? Messes up my business. I don't want to cold call anymore, right? It just puts me in a funk. But at the end of the day, we're in a business where we know all you have to do is pick up the phone, right? It's unbelievable because people try to do a million different things, right? And they go crazy trying to find out what will lead them to success. But with a phone, some numbers, and Wi-Fi, you could do anything you want. Absolutely anything, right? It's simple. I tell people, if you want to be successful, if you want to change the game, if you want to accomplish anything, you have to start with becoming the best version of yourself, right? I have a question. I want to do something here. If you reach under the lip of your chairs, a number of them have my business card. Go ahead. Go reach under. There's about 2 or 3 of them, right under the lip. And if you have it, stand up. Right under that front lip. No one? Double check. There you go. There's one. They're probably in the empty chairs. Wow, so you're the lucky one. You have my cell phone number there, right? When you have some time after this, shoot me a text message. Tell me you found the business card. I want to talk to you for an hour, one-on-one. All righty? Now, I'm big on cigars, right? I love cigars. Are there any cigar smokers here? Okay. Keep your hands raised. Keep your hands raised. And be honest with me, because I can check. From January 1st till today, May 19th, 2022, how much real estate volume have you sold? You, with your hands up. Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Awesome. That's amazing. Who else had their hand raised? You got the card, so I can't hook you up. How about yourself? Yes, sir. Good for you. That's amazing as well. It's amazing as well. Who else had their hand raised? How about you with the pink shirt? There we go. That's what I'm talking about. And yourself, my man? That's cool. That's very cool. So also, after this, I'd love for you, and yourself to come see me. I got something special for you guys, all right? Yeah, so that's something I wanted to slide in there. I didn't know if I'd have enough time later, but it's obviously got plenty of time. But, you know, be yourself. You don't know. You know, there's a saying that is extremely simple, right? But you don't know what you don't know, right? I know that I can drive a car. I also know that I can't fly a plane, right? I know Chris. I know that Chris drives a car, but I don't know if Chris can drive a plane, right? And the only way we better ourselves is simply by seeking the unknown. Problem is, we get so caught up in seeking the unknown and the fear. We have to be a beast and a freshman student at the same time, right? Because once you think that you've figured it all out, right? Once you think you figured it all out, it's game over. It's game over. There's always something to learn. Hell, when I met Ricky, someone introduced me to him via Instagram. Talked to him for an hour, maybe every week, and I learned so much about myself, so much about him, so much about things that he does in his residential business that I can implement in my commercial real estate business, right? And it changed the game for me. But you have to constantly have a student mindset, right? You have to constantly try and better yourself, and I promise you, it is inevitable that you will be successful, right? The famous Jim Rohn says, you have to be willing to risk the unusual, or you're always going to settle for the ordinary, right? I'm going to leave you guys with that. I'm David Cohen. Pleasure to talk to you guys.
Thank you, David. Damn, I don't know about you guys, but I was reading his bio and I'm like, wait, billion in sales? That's wild. All right. So guys, we're gonna continue on. How's everyone feeling? Good energy, ready to roll? I love it. All right, so next up, we have Jessica Morrow of Revive on how to maximize your seller's net proceeds. I know in this market, obviously things are wild, but we always are trying to help our sellers maximize. And keep in mind, as markets are going to shift, it's really great to have tools in your tool belt and be able to get ahead of the game to be able to best position your clients. So more about Jessica. So following a successful tenure in the luxury yacht building business, Jessica Morrow set her sights on real estate. Jessica built a team that helped hundreds of families buy and sell homes throughout Southern California. In 2018, she joined serial entrepreneur and real estate developer Michael Alawati at the Plaza Group. After building and selling dozens of properties along the coast, the team expanded their sites and founded Revive, whose mission is to secure a better future for homeowners everywhere. And isn't that what it's all about? So Revive, they provide interest-free money, and Revive-supported contractors, home sellers on average obtain an additional $186,000 in profit when selling their home. Revive homes sell more and help you move ahead by maximizing your sales value. And with that, welcome to the stage, Jessica. Give it up.
Thank you, guys. So I am here today to talk about innovations to scale your business and close more transactions. So my hope is that you can take a few nuggets away from this to help your clients and add value. So real estate agents today are no longer the gatekeepers of information. Your roles have really changed. Up till the early 2000s, the realtors were the ones who held the information. The MLS was a book at your office. Now, with the internet, with all of the information at the fingertips of the consumer, your role has changed. So you have to be the local market expert, a master negotiator, especially in today's multiple offer situations, a listing strategy expert, a master marketer, and more than ever, you need to know all of the innovations, all of the tools out there, good and bad, to help guide your client in the biggest transaction, sometimes of their entire life. So it turns out tech is not taking over your job. A lot of people were worried about that. Discount brokerages are not taking over your job. In fact, today's buyers are willing to pay a premium for service. And my goal today is to inspire you to think about new ways to add value to your clients. So the way we use our homes has changed. Culture has changed and evolved over the years. No longer do clients want and homeowners want the closed-in spaces, the compartmentalized living. They want open concept. Building materials have changed, architecture and design has changed, and now 1 in 4 working Americans is working from their home. And so now more than ever, where the people live is so, so important to them. Now, millennials are the new buyers in the market. We've coined them the HGTV generation. And these buyers, they're willing to pay a premium for turnkey properties. And every purchase starts online. So today, it is more important than ever for the homes that you're bringing to market to be turnkey for today's buyers. Let's look at a few stats. So 7 in 10 of today's home buyers would be willing to sacrifice the size of the house for a move-in ready home. 7 out of 10. And millennials are the fastest growing group of buyers in today's market. They make up 43% of the buyers in the market. So 77% of buyers won't compromise on the condition of a home. So what does that mean? That means that millennials, this generation, they're working more hours than ever before. They save up their money for down payments. They put all of their money in a down payment. That doesn't leave them with a lot of money to do renovations on a house. And millennials really value their time, their experiences. They don't want to spend the weekend working on a house, their fixer-upper. They want to be out having experiences. And so that's why 77% of them are not going to compromise on the condition of their home. Now, 85% of buyers say that the photos online were the main factor of them going to look at that house. And this is a crazy stat. Redfin says that 63% of buyers are putting offers in on houses sight unseen. So what does that mean, right? If everyone wants turnkey homes, they're looking at the photos, and many of them are putting sight unseen offers, that means you should be putting out gorgeous Instagram-ready homes because the photos are going to be so important. Now, here's the problem. So sellers, obviously, if they're a seller, they want to sell their home, and most of them would like to maximize their profit so they can make the most from that home sale. Now, we've seen all of the stats. We know that updating a home is going to help achieve that. But most homeowners miss out on 15 to 20% of their home's value. So why is that? That's because they have 3 options when selling, and most go with the first or second choice, that first choice being zero prep. So you just put it on the market as is. Least profitable, they are not going to be attracting those turnkey buyers. You have the second option, minimal prep. So that's not focusing on maximizing the profit, that's simply doing a few tweaks, often leaves money on the table. Now, the third is smart renovations. So that's doing the right renovations, not too little, not too much, focusing on return on investment. What are top producers doing? They are helping their clients with option number 3, whether that's with a team or doing it themselves. Smart renovations are what the top producers are helping their clients do. The industry is also trying to help solve for this. We've all heard of Compass Concierge. Coldwell Banker has Real Vitalize. Sotheby's has Next Level Concierge. Now, what these programs do is offer the money, sometimes a list of contractors or service providers, but we've found that money isn't enough to solve this problem. What ends up happening for you, the realtor? You have to find a contractor. You have to take on the role of project manager, maybe designer, and it's a business distraction. Any top producer knows that their biggest value and their commodity is their time. And when you're taking your time finding contractors and managing projects and playing designer and therapist along the way, it takes up a lot of time. You could be using that time prospecting, getting the next deal in the pipeline. And homeowners, they don't know oftentimes what they're doing with renovations. They'll invest too little, invest too much, invest in the wrong places. And honestly, the renovation experience is a broken one. People get construction anxiety. There's an untrustworthy feeling in the contractor pool out there. And that makes the results unpredictable. So at Revive, our mission is to guide sellers through these pre-sale home renovations to sell their property for more and act as an extension of your team to help bring these turnkey properties to market. So how do we do that? So through guidance, construction, and the money. We start by working with you as a team to figure out what renovations to do, what's the right scope, what's the right budget, will guarantee a return on investment for your client. We then support the contractor, our contractor network, with the design, with their contracts, with the legal support, the back office support, the materials sourcing. Looks like my photos aren't working. And communication to help them all the way through the process so that contractors can do what they do best. Do the work, get it done fast, and not worry about the rest. Let's see what's next. So the great thing, the cherry on top of all of this, is that Revive is able to pay for all of these renovations up front with no fees or interest to your client. Oh, here we go. So you can see here a couple of before and afters. Give me 1 second, guys. All right. Well, I'll skip over that. So offering this to your clients is going to be able to help you win 40% more listings. It'll increase your commission by 22% and save you hundreds of hours of management and design. Now, I want to tell you about one more service that we have to offer. So we've got another problem in the market, and I just want to add another tool to your tool belt. So there's more cash in the market today than ever before. 30% of U.S. home sales are being closed in cash. Now, that really leaves your standard buyers who are contingent on selling their home, getting a loan, getting an appraisal. It really leaves them at a disadvantage. So we created a program called the Prepare to Buy program, and this is for your buyers who are juggling between selling their home that they live in now and getting into their dream home. So what do? Revive steps in and makes a non-contingent, quick closing offer on your client's next home. We close on that home, we become the owner, and then your client can move in, rent the property from us until you have gotten their departure residence on the market, sold it for the absolute most amount possible, and then they buy the house back from us. So, as I mentioned before, as of July 2021, 30% of all of U.S. home sales were cash, 50% in some places in Florida. Non-contingent offers are 4 times more likely to be accepted than a contingent offer. And on average, there's a 12% savings when your client can come in with cash. So I really hope that these tools are something that you can add to your tool belt. We have a booth out right out the side of the doors there. And if you come and drop your business card, we will send you an agent marketing playbook so that you can use some of these tools in your marketing, show up to your listing presentations with an extra tool in your tool belt. And we're really excited to be here to help you. So thank you so much.
All right, Jessica, give it up one more time. And again, huge thank you to Revive for helping make this event happen. If we don't have our partners to help support us, then we can't do this for free. And how incredible is it that we're able to gather here, be able to bring so much value to you guys. So one more time, give it up for Revive. All righty, so a few things. We are actually going to be doing a little raffle. So I'm going to be inviting Amit Singh. I was literally just talking to Amit out there in the hallway. So Amit, I hope you can hear me, Amit. I hope you can hear me. So Amit Singh will be joining us on stage here for a moment. He's the branch manager of the Insight team at NEO Home Loans. And he's gonna have a phenomenal little basket. We're gonna raffle that off. And I also want to just take a moment while I'm up here to just remind everyone, use zerotodiamond.com. So this is a phenomenal tool for you guys. How many of you guys are on Zero to Diamond right now? All right, this is great. For those of you that did not put up your hand, it is a phenomenal opportunity. Ricky literally put his entire game plan on Zero to Diamond, everything that helped him go from 0 to 100 homes a year. It's all there, it's all free, it's all available to you. The plan works if you work it, right? So he took the Zero to Diamond platform and he said, let's elevate this. So the 2.0 version, it's not only a website where you're able to access all of his scripts, but it also is a social media website, guys. If giving you his entire playbook wasn't enough, it's also a way you are able to interact and grow and learn and share referrals. I mean, are you kidding me? So in addition, we have the 60-day coaching program. How many of you guys are doing the 60-day coaching program? There we go. You know what this shows me? With the hands that are up, like way to go, but also the ones that don't have their hand up, it is a huge opportunity. We have brand new agents using it. We have seasoned agents. We have agents that want to get to the next level. I mean, we have agents that are selling 50 homes a year that are like, you know what? This plan works if you work it, so I'm going to implement and I'm going to get to that next level. And just a reminder, we have certified coaches and mentors at Zero to Diamond. I, for one, am a certified coach. We have Aaron Ryan, we have Kevin Oliver. There's so many of you here I can't even see because the light is so bright and shiny. But just know that we're here to help you. So we're able to interact with you guys within this phenomenal platform, and we're there to answer questions, reach out to any one of us, and make sure you check out that 60-day program, okay? Cool. All right, so Amit, thank you. I'm so glad that you're able to hear my voice propel into the next room. So Amit Singh, he's the branch manager of the Insight team at NEO Home Loans. So Amit has this beautiful basket, and we had our little helper, Stephanie Hungerford. She was able to draw the name of the winner. Let me just see. Welcome, Amit.
Thank you.
Stephanie Hungerford. I have a better idea. Instead of drawing the name from the raffle, let's play another game. Ooh. How long can you hold that for? I'm just kidding.
Maybe like 30 more seconds. It's pretty heavy, guys.
Okay. Well, let's just give Amit a round of applause real quick. So Amit, you can put it down, yes. So guys, I just have a question for you. Who here is from Garden Grove? Okay, so we have a few from Garden Grove. So we can play a really fun game because the prize can go to someone that's the closest, or maybe this is a person that traveled the furthest. Now, who traveled the furthest to get here today? Where are you from?
California, which is 20 minutes outside of
Oh, okay, okay. I got another one right there. Dallas. Mammoth Lakes. All right, we're going to do this interactive. All right, Mammoth Lakes. What else? What else do we have? What is it? Walden Green, California? Anyone not in California? Because I think we have some people that aren't. Las Vegas. All right, I think we're getting warmer. Arizona. Anyone could beat it? What do we have in the back? Colorado. What do we have? New Jersey. Texas. What else? What else? Oh, we got some more from the Jersey Shore over here. Okay, okay. So we have another Jersey Shore. Perfect. Anyone else think they can beat for traveling the most distance from where? Oh, see, I'm not from here, so I don't get those jokes that it's like 20 minutes away. Did anyone come from Mexico today? Okay. Canada? Close enough. All right. I think that, yeah, Jersey Shore is pretty much the same thing. So as far as distance-wise, okay. So guys, that being said, do we want to gift this to the person that drove the least or the person that drove the most? There we go. All right, so we're going to have to, it's going to be between Michael Pellegrino and Aaron Ryan. And the winner is Michael Pellegrino. Oh. You drove from Las Vegas. How far was that drive?
Oh, she won. Give it to her.
I think that's the furthest anyone drove in a car. Give, oh. From where? Huh? San Francisco. How many hours is that? 7 hours. Sam, who's Sam? Sam, stand up. How many hours did you drive to get here today, Sam? I don't know. I think that this gentleman drove 10 hours. It goes to Sam. Final answer. Let's get a nice picture with Sam over there. All right, Sam. And that is way better than having to put that as a carry-on item. I don't know about you guys. That thing will not fit in the overhead compartment. So thank you again, NEO Home Loans. All right. So this is actually the part of the show here where, oh, here we go. I have my handsome husband come up and put the 4 chairs for our power panel. Oh, and Kevin Oliver. So thank you guys so much. So as we do that, I'm going to actually be sharing with you guys a little bit about our power panel. So look at them go. Way to go. Let's be careful here now. We don't have enough insurance. Very graceful. I love doing live events. And then soon we're actually going to play musical chairs. So, that's fun too. Perfect. All right. So we have Cyrus Moseni. He's the CEO of the Keystone team. He has led the company to achieve unprecedented high-speed growth and success. Due to Cyrus's ability to achieve success at the highest levels, he co-founded Native Focus, which is a consulting firm that helps businesses grow and develop an identity by helping businesses restructure and reorganize their teams and their processes, their workspaces, and marketing strategies. And by the way, since I had this bio, Cyrus probably has done 10 or 15 or 20 or 30 amazing things. So this bio probably could have another, a few billions in there or something. But with that, welcome to the stage, Cyrus. Appreciate you. So next we have Felicia Beltran. So being a realtor in today's market requires an enormous amount of skill In her 17-year career, she's a multi-million dollar, what is it, honey? Producer, that's what it was. She just told me, like, let's make sure we add that in. I'm like, you know what? You got that. You want it? You have it. She worked for that. We got to make sure it makes the bio. So she also was named Rookie of the Year, Salesperson of the Year, Top 250 Latino Agent. Get up for my Latinos. So we're very, very, very accomplished here, and the most important thing to her is provide an exceptional buying and selling experience tailored to her clients' needs. And by the way, Felicia, how many kids do you have, Felicia? How many kids do you have now? I have 4. 4 kids and a grandbaby. And she's a superwoman, so her cape is always flying. So next up, we have Candy Bowen. She's associated broker at eXp Realty. She sold 50 homes her first year in the business, 50 homes, and over 500 homes her first 5 years in the business. What? So she is among the most trusted, top producing, and influential realtors in Arizona to her clients. I think, Candy, you were named one of the top in Tucson on social media. Is that correct? That's right. And her community and business is all about raising each other up and building community through leadership. She has won numerous awards for real estate as a top producer, social media influencer, strong proponent of women in business, equal rights activist, educator, mom, Navy veteran, former law enforcement officer, and a strong, confident, successful mentor and role model. Welcome to the stage, Candy Bowen. So fun. Welcome, honey. And then me, I guess I can introduce myself. Here I am popping up with an extra. I'm very resourceful. For anyone that doesn't know that about me, it's all about getting stuff done. So for myself, I've been listing and selling for 12 years. I'm a DOB, daughter of a broker. My mother, Cheryl, used to own and operate several offices in the state of Connecticut. And what I love so much about my mother is that she taught me how to fish. She never gave me fish, right? I think that's so important. That's what we do here today. So we're all about paying it forward. And with that, let's just get into our panel here, guys. Let's get into it. One mic. So as I look for the additional mic that happened to run off the stage, what we're gonna do is let's each start sharing our story, like why we got in the business, a little bit about our story. Oh, look at ask and you shall receive. Let's get into it, people.
Is everybody awake? Can I hear some noise? Listen, y'all, we don't have any mood music. You guys are the energy, so be the energy today. Take away from this every morsel that you can and implement it into your business. Don't just be, one of those people that shows up and then just walks out the door and forgets everything that they heard. This is your opportunity to change your life, change your business. Pay attention. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Felicia Beltran. I am a realtor in Colorado. I specialize in residential real estate. I do have 4 children. I'm kind of the super mom of my community, very active, and real estate is my vehicle to help other people, improve and enhance their life. So I love that. I hope you love your business as much as I do. I've been doing this for 17 years, and I have built my business in the worst of markets. When I got into real estate at the end of 2006, everything was going great. I was the Rookie of the Year, and then the bottom fell out in 2008. For those of you who are having a hard time right now in this market, just know that you have the opportunity to reinvent yourself, to change your business, and change your family's lives. So that's the one thing that I'm here for. I'm open to any questions, and thank you so much for being here.
Hi, I am Candy Bowen, Tucson. Like she said, I got into doing what I'm doing now, speaking and influencing, because I did come up from nothing. There was a time I lived in my car. I got out of the Navy. I didn't know what to do, so kind of floated around. And then I found real estate through moving to Arizona. I quit my job as a police officer because I couldn't wear a gun to work anymore. Once I felt my baby move, it just changed everything in me. And I had struggled to get him because I did in vitro, and it took me a lot of times to get him. And so when I felt him move, I changed our life. We moved into a big house. We couldn't afford it. I sold my retirement. from the law enforcement to get into real estate and kind of stay afloat, thinking if I could sell one house in 6 months, I could help my family. So I went to work. I pumped milk in the middle of class, in the breaks, so that I could feed my baby. And then I got into real estate. I got 5 designations through NAR. I became active in the Young Professionals Network, the Women's Council of Realtors, Veterans Council of Realtors, and gave back to my community with Habitat for Humanity and stuff like that. And that just led this whole course of craziness because I built relationships. And that's what carried me through. I didn't struggle in COVID. My community lifted me up because I lifted them up. And that's what I want to teach people, is that with business, you can do better in your communities.
Love it. So I have this awesome lab mic.
I don't know.
I'll go, sure. So you guys know a little bit about my story, but the biggest things that I really want to share with you guys is that I find that in this industry, it almost seems like there's a typical growth path, right? Be a solo agent, maybe join a team, maybe lead a team, right? Maybe open a brokerage, you know, and see where you go from there. But I just want to share with everyone that, you know, the process is incredible, but for so many years, I saw, when I went into that office, I saw there were agents that were literally in their 80s running around like crazy, like a chicken with their head cut off. I saw people that were sacrificing going to their kids' baseball games, and, you know, let's be real, our industry, we're like #1 for divorce and alcoholism and all these crazy things. And it's like, I wanted to make sure that when I did this business, that I did not, when I have kids, I have this amazing husband, Patrick, thank God, who stuck by this crazy roller coaster of real estate, which I don't think we talk about this enough. Our supportive partners, our families, and how do you do it, right? So for me, I saw a lot of what was happening with these agents, and I'm like, they never catch a break. And I'm like, I cannot do that. When I have children one day, and when I have a family, I want to be present, right? But let's be real, our phones are dinging. We're like, I feel like our attention's being taken away from us all the time. So for me, I put my head down. I'm like, I'm going to get laser focused. I'm going to work my ass off until I get to the point where I can finally chill and be happy and all these things. But it's very slippery slope where you're serving others to the point that you're disserving yourself, your own needs, right? Your family. I feel like a lot of times I would come home, my husband would get like the leftovers of the leftovers of the leftovers of the leftovers of the leftovers. But then I was telling myself, this is for us. This is for our future, right? So I feel like it's so important that we run purposeful businesses, and we don't have to strive for the typical growth path that we think is the way we have to do things. So within that, what my struggle was, I was so like, listen, you want to get something done, you give it to a caballo. That's what we say. That's my former last name until I got married, because we get it done, right? But for me, I was pushing so hard. I was the youngest president of the largest local association of realtors, just last year actually. You know, I was 30 under 30, all these fun things, you know, like producer, you name it, I was doing it, right? But my body gave up on me. For 2 whole years, this voice that's coming to you here today, my voice would stop. I would be talking, whether it was leading a meeting, negotiating with clients, you name it, my voice like legit cut. My voice stopped. It was like, no, slow your roll, girl. So it made me get purposeful on the way I was running my business. It made me, my mom was like, maybe you need to switch careers. I'm like, what? I'm like, what do you do, right? So I share this with you because the 4 of us sitting here today, we are in great places, right? But there's a lot of struggles. And for me, what I want to do is to help you guys avoid all those pitfalls, right? So Cyrus, if you want to share about yourself, and then we can dive right in.
Yeah, I'm going to make it quick so we can get in the juicy stuff. Long story short, I grew up playing soccer. I actually ended up becoming a professional athlete. I moved to Europe playing soccer professionally in one of the top leagues and top teams in the world. In Switzerland, played in Switzerland, Iceland, Costa Rica, Philippines, and here in the U.S. for First Division clubs. I had no intention of ever getting into real estate, and I'm sure like 90% of the room feels the same way, right? Because who gets into real estate unless you hate yourself? But you know what I mean? But the reality is that what happened was about 6.5 years ago, I got in a car accident. Ended my soccer career. I came back home from Iceland to play here in the U.S., and I got in a car accident. I never expected to be in the position that I'm in. I have one of the top producing teams in the country. I'm one of the top producing agents in the country, and I, like I said, I never expected to be where I'm at. But a lot of where I'm at is all based on what I always say is choice. You know, I had a very simple choice to make. It was either go left and work 9 to 5, maybe do coaching, maybe do this, and kind of make my way, and oh, woe is me, my life sucks because my soccer career ended, or go right and figure out a solution, because I never went to college. I really didn't have anything growing up. My dad passed away when I was young. My mom worked 6 jobs. I'm the last of 5 kids. So I had no other option but to win. And every day I operate in that mentality. So with that, I guess we should just get into it.
Let's get into it, guys. And the reason why we share our stories, and I think it's something that people often fail to set the stage, is because there are so many different pathways to your career, right? So I think what we can talk about next is like, how are we running our businesses? Like, what does our actual business look like? What does our day-to-day look like? You know, so who wants to start us off?
I guess this is the hot seat, like Cyrus said, so I'll start it off. Okay, so I am a single agent, and I use leverage to propel my business. I have children. I attend all of their games and school functions. I'm the person that's up at 5 a.m. at the gym, and then I have to get kids ready, and then I start my day as soon as I drop them off. That's a big part of who I am, is making sure that they have everything that they need. And if you're a realtor or a parent, you know that time balance is kind of an oxymoron. So I use leverage to help propel my business. I am engaged in my community, and a lot of my business, 90% I would say, is referral based. So for those of you who are cold calling, good for you. Stay on those phones. And if you are afraid to pick up the phone, do what Ricky tells you to do and do it anyway. Business to me is, this business, I have a PR background, and I just never saw it in myself to go work for a nonprofit organization, which is what most PR people do. But real estate was my calling because I found the opportunity to engage with my community and help them get to their next phase of life. Everybody from the first-time home buyers and holding their hands and reassuring their parents that they're making a solid business decision for their future is, a big part of who I am. And a lot of those families, now that I've been doing it 17 years, obviously, their kids are now buying houses, and we've got this big millennial push. So I just keep myself in front of everybody, so that they know that I'm the number one resource in my community. And so if I was going to give you any bit of advice, if you're looking to, start a business, propel your business, take your business to the next level, you have to make sure that that's at the core of things, because your success is not going to be easy. It's going to take a while to, eat. I remember, getting into this business, I had no idea what was going on. I mean, literally, the bottom dropped out, and this is me so green in real estate, like, what the hell is going on? But I knew, because, my dad's a military guy, and there's just no room for boo-hooing. You get up every day, you do what you need to do. I've sold houses in the middle of blizzards. I have put my kids through school. I've been a single mom, not once, but twice. And so that is my motivating factor for getting up and just hitting it hard every single day. And I think the reason why I'm sitting here before you today to share my story is because we just kind of go through those peaks and valleys, and it's so hard. And I know a lot of people feel disheartened, and it's just my passion to help you just kind of get over the hump, not listen to those internal dialogues that are telling you to, give up or, go get a part-time job. You can do this. You just have to stick with it, and you have to have the mindset, we talk about mindset all the time, that you're just going to persevere and push through and achieve your dreams. You deserve it more than anybody else. And so thanks for being with us. And if you have any questions, you know, we're all here to help.
It was how we ran our business.
Yeah, how we run our business. What does our business look like?
So I'm a systems junkie. I'm a top producer. I sell about 100 homes a year, 100 million plus in production myself, and then I have my team. I have 27 agents on my team here in Southern California. I have agents in Sacramento and all over the country opening offices. I'm systems junkie. Process and systems are like my bread and butter. I am a big believer in if you do something twice, there should be a system to solve that. Yeah. Right? So the point, it's you can systemize and automate with tech on literally 90% of our business. The problem with most agents, in my opinion, is that you guys think that, and we think that we're too important. Mm-hmm. We think that we're way more important than we are, right? Like, let's break it down. We don't need to be, personally, like, we don't need to be in the weeds every day. Why not focus on what we do best? My personal, the thing that I do best in the process of real estate is negotiate. Everything else I don't touch. I don't write contracts. I don't even update clients. All of that is all process and systems. And I am one of the top producers in the country. So for me, it's systems and then process. I sold 30 million in my first year in real estate. Again, I'm here in Southern California, so numbers are a little different, you know, than other places in the country. But 30 million in my first year of business, and it was very simple. And I just it's very simple. My formula, and if you just copy it, you will close deals consistently. And everybody up here has been saying it. I called from 8 a.m. to 12 noon every single day. And then I had a lunch, and then 1 to 3, I went and door knocked, and I did 2 open houses on the weekend. That's it. Process. I did it over and over again until month 8 when I started reaping the benefits. And that's where I went from closing 5-6 million that whole year to closing 30 million in quarter 4. Right? So it's very simple. You have to focus on the process and build the systems to back it up, because if you want to scale, you have to have the systems and the foundation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's just put that into perspective. So I sold 50 houses my first year, and I sold 9.5 million. I sold 165 houses in 2021, and I sold 34 million. That's crazy.
Move to California.
I need to elevate my price point. But he's right. Systemize everything. So I benefited by falling into a transaction coordinator position. I was an electronics technician in the Navy at 17 years old. I worked on computers about fourth the size of this room with yes, no troubleshooting. So basically, I systemized everything from front to back, everything I did in the business, like he said, more than once. If it was an issue that came up, it was a fire I put out, like I gave somebody the keys at 7 o'clock at night and there's no power. I figured they would know to call the electric company, but I systemized that instead. I made an email, I sent it out, it's got the phone number, it's got what to do, all that stuff. So find the problems, and that's what's caused. Just yell? Okay, where was I? Because I have ADHD. I think it's
Email.
Mic check.
Are we back?
Yeah.
Oh, we're back. Well, okay, let's just pivot to the other
Everybody
thing. So the fact is that I sold 500 houses with systems and processes within 5 years in real estate. So if you're those new ones, those 2-weekers right here, get a system. Start systemizing, because you know when I systemized? When I didn't have time. And I was like, oh, shit. I better put some systems in place, because why didn't I take my transaction coordinator knowledge and put it into my business right at first? Because I didn't think I was going to be that busy. But maybe I should have had a better mindset that I'm going to do great, because I always do great. I was the captain of my softball team. I was the president of my police academy class. I was the recruit chief petty officer in charge in the Navy at 17 years old. People keep pushing me into leadership positions, and I keep giving value and leading with value because I have a good heart. So I shoveled rocks. That's the article that just came out. My third open house, a lady came in. She was a secret shopper, and she's like, hey, I want you to list my home. I got there. She said, I got a violation. I need to put rocks in my front yard. And if you're not from Arizona, the rocks are about this big, like they come dump a pile. I said, you got $150 because I just had to do this at my house, and I did it for her, and that's when I started realizing building relationships was the best way to do it, because I don't have to buy leads. I want to build relationships, build that raving fan. So systemize everything, checklist it out. Think about your day. You're already doing a system. You're just doing it one time, and then another time, and then another time. So think about all the things that you do and figure out how you can do it on a checklist. My system stows, I'm shaking. This is how I do when I speak. So I put in the acceptance date and the closing date. Everything else filters in. I send a link to my clients and my agents so that when they fill out that information, it fills out the contract. Everything you can do, you can systemize. So that's my biggest piece of advice is get with somebody, follow some people, because everybody's talking about it. There's free information everywhere to figure out what your best system would be and volumize everything.
Love it. You want to say?
I wanted to add something. With systems and replacing yourself and removing yourself, you're either self-employed or you're a business owner. Right? Like, do you want to be self-employed the rest of your life, or do you want to own a business? Yep. Right? And when it comes down to that, like, it's investing into your business.
I say buying back your time.
Exactly. It's the same thing, right? Like,
same thing.
Investing into your business. A lot of us agents and a lot of my agents on my team and that I talk to and that I help and that I coach, it's always the same thing. It's, well, I made this much money, but I got to pay for this and I got to do this. And, you know, I don't have any money to invest back into my business. But the reality is I will take $1,000 from a deal versus $10,000 if I don't have to touch that deal, because I can duplicate myself 100 times.
1,000%.
Right? So
I think that a lot of agents, they operate in scarcity mode where they think, okay, well, when I get to this level, then I'll get an assistant, or when I get to this level, then I'll, get some, some systems. No, bullshit. Do that now. Do that now and get out there and, call your people and do the open houses and market yourself. That's the stuff that's, income producing revenue. You just don't have the luxury of waiting. Go build your business today. Invest in other people. Teach them to do that mindless, stuff that bogs down your time. You've got better things to do. You've got bigger fish to fry. And if you have that mentality right now, and you don't touch those deals and you pass it off to a transaction broker, not only is your business going to be more efficient, it's going to be like a well-oiled machine, and it will get bigger and better. And then you'll be able to do what you're most passionate about. And to me, that is how you own a business and, do better for yourself.
And when you systemize, you can pivot. Okay, I got put on bed rest with my second child. And because I had systemized, I tore away what I had to do walking on the streets, and I took what I could do laying in my bed, and I hired somebody. And there came my team.
That's
so
right.
Pivot.
And here's the thing too, right? So one of the best things I could tell you guys is that when you have your first hire, right? So when it's let's say your head of operations and sales, and right? So the person that's really doing the back end for you. When you want to elevate that person to the next level, you have them find their person that they're replacing themselves with, right? How people have ownership within your organization. Because if they're gonna go out there and replace themselves, they're gonna make sure this person's not gonna drop the ball. This person knows exactly what it takes. I may not know what it takes, because I shouldn't have to know what it takes as a team lead, right? I have my person that's doing their job that's like, this is what we need in this next hire, and they're gonna make sure that this person fits the bill, and they're gonna take responsibility. Then you have that person replace themselves, right? That to me, I think is one of the largest things that people mess up. You stay in your lane. I'm a great agent, I'm a great coach, I'm a great mentor. I'm not a great TC. Hell no. You know what I'm saying? So it's like empower the people within your organization so they can then help the organization grow.
How many individual agents or team leads or you guys want to be team leads are in here? Raise your hands. Okay. You hear systems, and it's like, okay, well, how the hell do I even build a system, right? Like, the reality is, take what you're doing. The easiest way to do it, the best advice that I ever got was, on your day-to-day, take what you're doing and write it all down. From when you open a transaction to when you close a transaction, from when a lead comes in to when you convert the lead, write every single thing you do, word for word. Okay, hey, lead came in, I called them, this is what I said. And you just start writing and documenting and writing and documenting, and that's going to be your process flow for your hire. That's going to be your process flow for your ISA, your inside sales agent. That's going to be your process flow for your TC, and so on and so forth. And they're going to learn how you do your business, and guess what? They're going to be better at it than you, because that's all they're going to do.
That's right. That's what you want from
Right?
your people, right? To be better than you are, what they're supposed to do.
Gary Keller says, slow to hire, quick to fire. And a lot of times people, they think that they're getting the right people in place, and then they find out it's not a good fit, and they're afraid to do anything about it. Why do you want to keep somebody in a position, when they're not efficient, when they're not, following your systems? No, let them go, cut them loose. If you have a blueprint for your business, anybody can step into that role. And when you stop being afraid, right? Turn and burn, find the right talents, move on to the next position, find the next hire, grow, move, levitate your business. That's what it's all about.
Yes, and on a higher level, you can learn to systemizing. So everything that you do new in life, like I decided in January I wanted a speaking career. March I was speaking in Dubai. So you can systemize everything, and the best way to do it is when you're falling through it and you're falling on your face, write it down and be like, we need to make sure that this doesn't happen to somebody else. So when you're going through it as a brand new agent, you should be creating your own system, process, everything, because when you can scale on a dime, when you see that agent, you're like, oh, me and you connect, I now need to make room for that person. You know what to do. You know how many calls they need to make. It's just start writing it all down and start running your business like a business at the beginning of your career. And if you're not doing it yet, start running it as a business right now.
That's right. And it all comes down to you don't know what you don't know, right? So we're sitting here because we have figured out a few things, and we have a question over here, so we're going to get to in a second. But we have figured out a few things, and we want to help you guys maybe avoid some of the pitfalls, maybe get there a little bit faster, a little bit more effectively, and maybe with a little bit better quality life, right? It's about paying it forward. And I will never pretend that I know everything. Never. And the reason why I'm even sitting here is because I have an open mind. How are you doing business? How are you? Like, I'm excited to even sit on this panel because I just want to know how you guys do your business and genuinely connect and genuinely be like, okay, what's new? Like, I saw Cyrus, a month ago, and it's like, hey, what's new? And all these things. And it's like, so, like, R&R, rip off and repeat, right? So we had a question. What's your question?
Two quick questions.
Sure.
Can you give a couple of examples of the software programs that you use for your business?
One of the easiest one, if you're not using a CRM, for me, I'm like a huge follow-up boss addict. That's good. I'm not getting paid to say it, but I should because I talk about them all the time. They are amazing. You can automate everything. You can automate your lead flows. You can literally, they API with a bunch of stuff. If you don't know how to set it up, hit me up on Instagram because I'll connect you with someone that literally does it for you. So yeah.
And I'll follow that with my transaction system because that's what everybody likes too, right? You have to do both, and then you have to have your post. But I also don't get paid for this, but I talk about them all the time. Paperless pipeline. You can build your checklist right in there. They have templates. They have a starting block, so you can go in there. I broke the system down into new contract. So this is after the CRM part. New contract. New under contract, Binzer, walkthrough, appraisal, walkthrough, closing. And I separated it all out, buyer, seller, everything. Everything is a checklist. It's about 185 checklists, items per transaction. And guess who can see that? Guess why I'm not worried about buyers knowing that I get paid? My clients see that inside of a portal.
Love it. Oh, did you want to take it?
Well, that was funny. They are from LA. Thank you. I learned this last night.
Love it.
How do you know you're out of town without that? Right, you said that. How do you know you're out of town without saying you're out of town?
Love it. All right, guys. Any last question or any last thoughts from our panelists?
Now, is there any other questions out there?
So, guys, please connect. Oh, we have a question.
Yeah, there we go.
have a waiver.
Yeah, stand up and wave. There we go.
He's ready to ask his question.
And admittedly, I'm not as successful as you. I have to admit that. But I believe that I could. And mindset, everybody, we can do it. But what is the special? I mean, you guys have taken like success to extreme and like we're millionaires. Is there something special? I mean, is there some, are you natural salespeople?
Candy said hardship.
I think it's having
So
a
the question
strong-
is just so you guys know, like, is there something special about who we are up here versus somebody else? I tell everybody this: I am not special. I promise you this. Everything that came to where I'm at now is from showing up every single day, day in and day out, and not allowing myself to lose. Every morning I wake up and I realize that I don't want to call. I realize that I don't want to do something in my business. I was a professional athlete. I hate going to the gym. I still do. Like, I hated working out. But the reality is I wanted to be a professional athlete. So guess what comes with that? Working out. Guess what comes with success in business? Guess what comes with success in real estate? It's showing up every single day. It has nothing to do with I'm a special case. The reality is where I'm at, I shouldn't be here, but it comes from showing up every single day.
So for me, I just have to share, it's having a strong why and a strong vision for what I want my life to be like. Because if you don't have a vision of what you want your life to be, and sometimes it's not like, oh, house, kids, nice car. Sometimes it's like, how do I want to feel? I want to feel free, okay? I want to have freedom of money and time, freedom to have experiences, freedom to live life to the fullest. So to me, that bringing myself to that strong why and that vision of what I want for my life, I will do anything to get there. And then I think it's about having that open mind on the how am I going to get there, right? Once we close our mind to the how, you just cut yourself off. If you think, I don't think I know everything. Do you guys think you know everything? No. And that's why we're sitting here, because we're open-minded. We have a strong why, for at least that's my thing. And it's about connecting with others to make sure that you're surrounded by people that talk the talk, walk the walk, that you have that synergy with, and you're able to bounce ideas off of and grow. It's about a rising tides that lifts all ships.
Your success is your choice. Your excuse is also your choice.
For me, I think I learned some lessons really early in life. By the time I was 23, I had already had 2 young boys, a failed marriage. I had been through divorce, foreclosure, and bankruptcy. And then 9/11 hit, and my dad was at the Pentagon, and it just changed something in me. It made me, learn to fail forward instead of, sitting in the shit and feeling sorry for myself. I felt like, I made all these bad choices. I couldn't live up to my family's potential. And I was really, stuck in that broken record in my head. And when 9/11 hit and that happened, the fear of losing my dad, it changed something within me where I just said, you know what? Forget it. I'm just going to fail forward. And there has been nothing that I've done since then that has helped my career more than that. Who gives a shit? Nobody does it right the first time. Fail forward. If you're always worried about failure, then you're not growing. And for me, I'm growth based, and that's how I live my life. And so every opportunity and every moment to improve myself, taking from others and asking questions and being humble enough to know that I don't know everything. And so there's nothing different, about us than you, sir. You just have to, dig deep and put in the time and just know that success is around the corner.
Love it. All right, guys. So we're up for time. Oh, Candy, do you want to take it home for us, Candy?
Sorry, Candy.
Take it home for us. Don't put Candy in the corner.
So I just want to say show up. What he was saying, yesterday I was driving straight down the road and somebody made a turn on a red light and ran right into me, head-on collision. Car's totaled.
yesterday, people.
I had my mom come get me and drop me off at the airport because I wasn't going to miss this. This was my moment to shine. So when you have an opportunity, take it no matter what. You can show up every single day. There.
Love it. And with that, thank you to our power panel here. You guys are the best. Let's grab our chairs. Let's take the chairs. Cyrus, Felicia. We don't mess around at the power panel. We also roll up our sleeves and get it done. This is how we do things here. Perfect. This is how we do it. Yeah. Thank you. All right, that was awesome. I mean, I personally enjoyed it and learned a lot, so I hope you guys did too. All right, so next up, and just a reminder, you guys, we know this is like a jam-packed, tons of energy, tons of stuff going on. Just know if you have to step out, do your thing, but just come right back here. Let's keep the energy high in the room. And I guarantee that you guys are going to leave here feeling like you're about to jet fuel your career to the next level. So next up to the stage, I would like to invite Mark McMahon, and he's going to go through why most real estate agents can't retire. All right. So Mark, as you want to come to the stage, Mark is a contractor turned real estate investor. He spent a lifetime working and lost everything in 2007 due to not planning for the future. I mean, how many people have been in that situation when the market crashed? We don't want this, people. He now owns over $10 million in real estate, wholesales houses, owns Airbnbs, and flips multiple properties each and every month. He's also an active EXP agent. Mark lives in Southern California, and his mission to keep people from retiring broke. Welcome to the stage, Mark. You already mic'd up? What? What'd you say?
I said arigato.
Oh, arigato. That's why I didn't understand. It was another language. Welcome, Mark.
Multilingual. I can cuss in a lot of languages. So, everybody up here was saying that they weren't special. I am. I'm especially good at finding people that do shit for me that I can't do. And that's the reason we're so successful. I've got Sauce the boss over there that handles everything. And then I've got my wife Yuko in the back there that handles everything. And that is my secret to success. So I hadn't planned on saying that. That was a clever line I came up with right before I came up here. So thanks for the smattering of applause. On my way here today, I passed a mobile home park probably about a mile from here. And I didn't even know we were going to go by it. My wife passed it too. That was our first flip 13 years ago. And at that point, we were destitute. You know, I don't want to be that guy that comes up and says the same thing everybody else said. Like, we were broke, we didn't have anything to eat, we lost our cars, we lost our self-esteem, but we did. And we went to a real estate investment club, or I did. And someone sat down next to me and he said he was flipping mobile homes. And I said, oh, that sounds interesting. I'm broke. So I went out the next day and started knocking on the doors of all the mobile home parks in Orange County. And I actually found a mobile home half a mile from here, maybe. And I bought it for $100. Called my wife, who was in Japan at the time, because she was kind of tired of being around me moping around the house being broke. And told her, look, I just bought a mobile home. I need you to come home. Also, I signed you up for a real estate investment class and borrowed $2,000 from my mom to pay for it. And she was so excited to come back and see me. Let me tell you. Because $2,000 then, it was everything. And her mom had sent her tickets to Japan because she needed to get away. So, understand the turmoil that we were going through at that time. It's awful, awful. And We came out on top, guys. We did. But let me tell you one thing. There's a lot of freaking work and a lot of heartache. But what I want to share with you guys today is one thing that probably weighs on my mind more than anything else. I'm a semi-active agent. We make probably $200,000 a year in commissions listing our own flips. And just because we can do it. Because we found a TC that's amazing. She's licensed, she handles everything. And Yuko handles the paperwork. Sauce finds the deals. Sauce is now flipping the deals. What do I do? Golf. No, I don't play golf. I'm the director. I tell everybody what to do after she tells me what to do. But the point is, guys, is we were down to the bottom and we figured out a way to get back to the top. And during that trip, during that little trip that we took through hell, I realized that I didn't want to be in the same place ever again. I didn't ever want to be broke. I didn't ever want to wonder if I was going to be able to buy groceries. Didn't have to worry about car payments anymore because we didn't have them. We had one that was paid for. We got to keep that. The rest of them got taken away. House almost got taken away, but remember how long foreclosures used to take? Remember? Okay. We got a 2-year reprieve. We were told if we make payments, they wouldn't give us what is it called? Not a forbearance. What is it called? Modification. Thank you. Yeah, modification. So just a quick show of hands. How many people went through hell during that time? We're talking 2008. Okay. Raise them high. Come on, guys. Be proud. If you're here right now, you're still alive, you should be proud of yourselves. Thank you. All right. So let's fast forward a little bit. We've been able to amass a decent portfolio. There's people here that have way more than us, and I'm so happy to see that. But so many of you out there right now haven't done anything to prepare for what's coming. And I'm not talking about the crash. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about retirement. It's been spoken about a couple of times this morning. And a lot of you aren't preparing for that. I was talking to David Cohen out in the back, and he said it's amazing how many people will go out and spend every penny they make when they get a commission. Guilty. I don't want to see a raise of hands for that. I don't expect that. What I do expect is for you guys to have that little switch turned on in your head so that it doesn't happen to you. Take some of the money you're goddamn making and invest it. The funny thing is every time we buy something really, really nice, like this hat or these shoes, right? We're doing it, we say we're doing it for ourselves, but we're not. We're doing it for everybody who sees us. And I'm not putting you down, trust me. We have nice things. This is just the way I dress. We have nice things. But until you can afford those nice things, with the money that you're making residually, you don't really have any business having them. Still have 6 minutes. So please don't treat yourselves until you are ready to treat yourselves. And by that, I mean have enough income coming in that you know that you're going to be taken care of. You get hit by a bus, or let's say you get T-boned by a car on the way to Ricky Carruth's big get-together. Are you guys going to be okay? Who here would be okay? Good. That's excellent. Those of you that aren't need to reevaluate. So when we got our first rental property, it was an accident. Look, when we got into real estate, we didn't know anything about real estate. Guys, we were less than knowledgeable about anything but construction. Yuko is a landscape designer, and I'm a general contractor. So when we got into real estate knowing nothing, we didn't even know that we were supposed to buy real estate and hold it. We were just looking at flipping and wholesaling and things like that. And we got stuck with a house one time in, was it Watts or Compton, Yuko? Can't remember. Watts, I think. And that little house that we bought for $87,000, I think, is now grown into a $1.7 million 12 unit. That's just one of them. But that's through the power of real estate investing. And it probably throws off $6,000 a month in income, just that one property. Did it take a while? Yeah, of course it did. But if you start thinking in those terms, your life will change. And I can't explain it. So having not ever had anything before and having it now, such an amazing thing. When you start making money, so refresh my memory, how many people have just gotten into real estate in the last 6 months, let's say? 6 months. Okay, you're my target. Thank you. I'm going to attack you. The one thing that you guys have to remember is that whatever you make, you need to put something aside. Those of you that are in the game and have been for a while, need to doubly do so. I started investing when I was 46 years old. 46. I'm 59 now. And Yuko and I have decided that we're going to slow down a little bit and enjoy some of our time and try to slow down. I think she was down to 18 hours yesterday. I think she came to bed around 1:30. But what I want you guys to do, though, is prepare for what's going to be happening to you. You're going to get older. Some of us already are there. And you need to be ready for that. And I think with real estate agents, we find these big checks come in, and it's such a celebration, and you forget that the 3 months previous, you didn't make any money. So please do yourself a favor and start investing. So a couple of the ways that you can make money in real estate. We love working with real estate agents. 70% of the deals that we get come from people like you. You have more access to deals than we do. Who would you think, show of hands, who would you think in this room is the most qualified person to find a cash flowing property? Raise your hands. If you're not raising your hands, you shouldn't be here. Everybody raise your hands. Who should be the person that can find cash flowing properties? Everybody raise your hands. Come on. Right? So that's what you guys do for a living. So don't you think you ought to be buying those cash flowing properties every once in a while? Okay. So when we started, we didn't have any money. We were zero broke. I bought the mobile home with $100 that we had in quarters. Believe it or not, I had to cash the quarters in. Borrowed $5,000 from my mom. We flipped that mobile home and made $14,000. During that time, Yuko was taking that course, and she was actually able to put 2 houses under contract for somebody else, and we made a couple of $1,000s on those too. And so we were off to the races. Now, there was some of this going on during that time. We lost some and we won some. But we ended up coming out on top eventually, and now we work with people to bring us deals. So this is not a shill to get you guys to bring us stuff, unless you want to. Anybody got a deal, by the way? Talk to Sauce. He's got the black hat on over there. There he is. Everybody, Sauce the Boss. A little round of applause. Yeah. Go introduce yourself to him. But what we do, though, is we'll let you double end whatever you get, and then we'll give you a piece of the relist, too. So we'll give you, instead of getting one side of the deal, you end up getting 3. So go talk to him, and he'll set up an appointment to talk to you. But again, that's not why I'm here. If you guys can actually grasp the ability to retire in this business, then you understand what you have to do. But for those of you that are younger, and actually especially those of you that are older, has anybody ever been to an open house where you went in there and there was someone my age or older doing the open house, and you wondered, I wonder if they're doing this because they want to or because they have to? Anybody? There's a gal in Costa Mesa, and she is literally 93, I think. She works at Torelli, and I think she's still there, and she still does it. I think it's just because she's ornery, but she still does it. She has to yell at somebody. So, but do you want to be that person? Does anybody want to be that person? I really enjoy traveling. I enjoy doing so many things, and not all of it revolves around real estate. So, guys, if you can actually find it within yourselves to budget your money and save and start investing, your life will change. I've got no time left, but I want to add one more thing because it's the way I roll. We bought every single piece of property that we own, flips, and buy and hold properties with zero of our own money. Zero. We've never put a penny into a deal. 14 years. So don't give me that shit that you don't have money. And don't tell me you don't know how to do it, because you do. You give me another minute, girl. Thank you. So don't make excuses. I'm not smart enough. I don't have money. I don't. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. All right, guys, hit us up. You see my social media? Is that on there? Where's my slide? Hit us up, guys. I'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, darling.
You did a great job, bud.
Thanks.
I don't know about you guys, but now I feel like I can maybe retire in this business. Anyone else feeling that way a little bit? And I have to say, it's something very important that we each need to understand. If we're out there representing our clients, our product is real estate, so let's make sure we own some, right? Okay, cool. So guys, next up we have Juan Carlos Bereneche. So Juan Carlos, oh my gosh, this guy is fantastic. So buckle up, and I will say he's a New Yorker, so the pace is about to pick up. So Juan Carlos Bereneche is the founder of the Gold Bar brand, which originated in New York City. In 2021, his team sold over 120 plus homes and ranked #1 in volume at eXp Realty in New York. At just 28 years old, I think he may be 29 now, he is one of the most successful leaders in the industry, having recruited more than 1,200 agents to his brokerage and having just received 2021 Instructor of the Year. With more than $150 million in sales in just 5 years in the business, Juan Carlos is proof that combining relentless work ethic and technology, you can achieve your goals faster. And that's why, Juan Carlos, you're a friend, a business partner, and someone that I just really appreciate. So with that, Juan Carlos. Welcome, welcome. We have our clicker. We're good to go.
Is this on?
Mic
Is
check,
this
mic
working?
check, mic check.
1, 2. Cool.
Take the stage, my friend.
Okay, good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Is that really it? No. How is everyone doing today? Woo! All right, so I am running on East Coast time. I'm originally from New York, and right now, I don't know what time it is over there, but it's 2 o'clock. I'm already wired, so I need everyone to really get excited because this presentation, I've done it about 6 or 7 times, and after every single presentation, everyone tells me, wow, this is great stuff. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to implement this. And what do? The following week, they tell me, Juan, what else do you have? All right, I'm going to give you everything you need to go from 0 to 7 figures a year in gross commission, and the only thing you have to do is follow the steps. Now, the issue with this presentation is that at the end of the day, it may seem too simple. And what ends up happening when things are too simple is you think that there's something missing. There's no secret sauce. There's something that you're not really understanding. But in reality, I've interviewed and I've worked with dozens of millionaire agents, people making more than $1 million a year, and they all do the same thing. So this presentation is a culmination of us going out there and realizing what works and what doesn't, and based on that, we're going to give you the entire formula, okay? So just before we get started, I wanted to do a little test, because I went to another presentation a couple of weeks ago, and I thought this was pretty cool. Does anyone want $20? All right, cool. All you have to do is come up here and grab it out of my hands. There you go. Too late. Okay. So, we have, I don't know, 500 people in this entire auditorium, and we had 4 people rush up for free money, okay? I'm going to do it again. Does anyone want $20? Come. Come right here, come over here. Come on stage. You guys stay up here, yeah. Okay. All right, the reason I'm doing this test, okay, I want everyone to understand this. I had 4 people rush up the second time. I still have another $20. There's still no one here. I'm giving away. Let's go. All right, so what I want everyone to understand is that 99% of all the people you speak to on this planet are not going to be ready to buy or sell real estate. However, over the next 5 or 10 years, they will. And what ended up happening is those people came up, they took the $20, and the ones that missed out on it went immediately back to go see it over there. Where he stayed up, and he stayed up, what they've done is they've nurtured, they stayed in the game, they're nurturing, continue building relationships. So you guys, as a bonus, okay, just go ahead and tell everyone where you're from and what your Instagram is, and I want everyone in this group to follow you.
Originally Boston boy, reside in California, but you can find me at Sold by St. Patrick. I run my business like a charity, and we're giving back to the world, and we're enriching everyone.
Woo! Let's go. Name where you're from and your Instagram.
My name is Juan. I'm from Los Angeles, California, and my Instagram is exactly that, Giovanni Guerra _. Good morning, everyone. Ben, your agent. I'm born and raised LA County. You can find me on all the social media, Ben, your agent. And literally, I'm here to help and elevate everybody in this room. And whoever needs to network and help and do free coaching like Ricky and this gentleman is, and all these people on the platform, hit me up, ben10k.com.
Pleasure meeting you guys. We'll talk. Okay, so only thing I asked for this entire presentation, everyone take initiative like these guys did. I'm going to give you a lot of information. Get ready to take notes. And the only thing you have to do is implement, okay? So let's get started right here. How to scale your real estate business from 0 to 7 figures a year, even if you have no idea how to get started. A little quick about me. I'm born in New York City. I moved to Orlando about 6 months ago. I've been in the business for about 5 to 6 years. In 2021, I was awarded the eXp University Instructor of the Year for having the best presentation. Wink, wink, it's the one you're about to see. Last year, my team sold close to 120 homes for a total of $65 million in volume. This year, we're on track to double that. And I have a passion for helping others, traveling, and building businesses. What you're going to discover on this presentation is, number 1, I speak very fast, and it's intentional. The reason is, number 1, I'm from New York. Number 2, I have to cover 100 slides. So if at any point you get lost, I'll send you the presentation afterwards. Secret number 1, the law of millionaire agents. Secret number 2, the real estate sales formula and how to use it. Secret number 3, the 1% rule and why it matters. And secret number 4, the scaling formula and how to get to 7 figures. So, are you a real estate agent working with people looking to buy or sell real estate? I hope the answer is yes, or you're at the wrong conference. Are you tired of having that feeling of uncertainty, wondering where your next deal is going to come from? I know we've all been there at some point, right? Do you want to learn how the top agents in the country are generating qualified clients every single week? In this training, I'm going to show you how my team redefined generating leads and how I use it to personally scale to 7 figures in gross annual commissions. And the best part is, I automated my entire business at work fewer than 5 hours a week. Oh, I think the mic sounds better right here. Okay, let's do this. Can you guys hear me better now? Good to go, cool. So now I know that may sound insane or even unrealistic, but the way I achieved it is actually pretty simple. I'll tell you more about that in a second, but first, let me tell you why I made this training, who I am, and how I created a system to scale from 0 to 7 figures a year. The reason I made this training is because the way I designed my real estate business has drastically changed my income and improved my work-life balance. And I know it could do the same exact thing for every single one of you. In a few moments, I'm going to share this system with you, and once you see it, you'll have 2 options. Option A, do nothing. Please don't be that person. Or option B, apply the principles from this training and use them to change your business forever. So, who am I? My name is Juan Baronecci, and simply put, I help real estate agents get more clients and scale their business. These are some of the publications that I've been featured on. Yesterday, Inman actually ran an article on me. It was my first article with Inman ever, and you can go ahead and look me up on their website. Pretty cool stuff. I've been able to scale my company from 0 to 1,000 agents in less than 3 years, and in the same time period, I've been involved in the sale of more than $150 million worth of real estate. I've also been able to scale my social media to more than 300,000 followers. Right here, you can find my business page. It's called Gold Bar. Our goal is to go out there and partner with the best agents in the world and empower them to build systems to scale to the next level. And this is my personal page, Juan Gold Bar. Feel free to pay me a follow. I'll follow you back. I have more than 1 million people reached on my actual Instagram feed every single week through our Gold Bar platform, and we're leveraging this to go out there, meet new agents, get new clients, and obviously scale our business. So what's in it for me as far as the future goes? What are my goals? What's my vision? I want to hit $1 billion in real estate sales, which I know it's very ambitious, but I think I can do it in the next 4 years. I want to grow to 10,000 agents worldwide, which I think I'll do in 5. And I want to help as many agents in the process of what I've learned, because at the end of the day, making money is wonderful, but if you're not helping people in the process, then what's it all for? So what is my secret? Can I just take a wild guess out of anyone here in the crowd? Just shout it out. Consistency, showing up, leverage. You've seen this. Okay, so it is leverage. Okay, everyone says, Juan, you're 28 years old. How are you building your business so fast? Are you like this prodigy that just understands everything? No, I understand leverage. Leverage is a great way to go out there and scale. So if you look at my entire makeup, I am not a one-man show. I'm built and I am designed to go out there and help others get to their goals. And the way they do that is through hiring the right people to be on my team to help me scale. So before I get into that, and we will, let's take it back to day one. Day one for me started at March of 2016 when I literally got my license and I said I'm going to go out there and work for a company called Keller Williams. And when I got my license, I was just graduating college, and I was told that the best way to grow a successful real estate business was to focus on working with sellers. Raise your hand if you've ever heard that. What did everyone else hear? Buyers? Oh, maybe, okay. So the only issue with this was that my personal circle was full of young college students who were just graduating, and none of them owned homes. So my first year in real estate, I went out there, I worked more than 80 hours a week, and I did that all to make just less than $6,000 for the entire year. Just so you know, wink, wink, Ricky made, I think, at least $8,000 in his first year. So if you're in your first year and you're struggling, just understand that is the success formula to go out there and be a great agent. Woo! One day I came across an agent in my office who had just won the award for #1 agent in sales volume in the entire office. And the next time I saw him, I pulled him aside and I said, hey, Alex, what is your secret? And what he told me next, I would never forget. Juan, there is no secret. Monday through Friday, I circle prospect the same zip code 3 hours a day, asking homeowners if they want to sell. And eventually you'll find someone that says yes. Real estate is a numbers game, okay? Write that down. Real estate is a numbers game. This completely shifted my paradigm, and I realized that in order to be successful, I needed to build a business, focus on prospecting as many potential sellers as possible. Secret number one, the law of millionaire agents, okay? So who here is familiar with something called science? Okay, I used to be a bio major. So what I learned in biology class was that there's something called the law of thermodynamics. And what this law states is that the energy that you put into a system equates to the energy that comes out. So the law of millionaire agents is something I created that I realized very early on. The more you go out there and prospect, the more it's going to lead to follow-up. The more you follow up with people, the more it's going to lead to consultations. The more consultations you do, no matter how bad you are, the more listings it's going to lead to eventually. So if you want to get more listings, aka get more clients, you need to prospect more. Does anyone here prospect at least 3 hours a day? Go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, these are the agents that are working full-time. Everyone else is working part-time. If you want to make it in this business, you need to start prospecting 3 hours a day, 5 days a week, minimum. There is no if, and, or buts, and if you're missing the discipline to go out there and do that, then you need to connect with one of these coaches, these trainers, these team leaders to really inspire you to go out there and do that. That's really the only way. So my second year in the business, I decided I would get very serious about prospecting sellers on the phone every single day, and the end result was me going from $6,000 in GCI in year one to over $250,000 in GCI by year two. To prove it, here's the little plaque Keller Williams gave me. In 2017, I won the Double Gold Award, and that's only awarded to agents that do between $240,000 to $300,000 a year. So by my third year, I had so many buyers leads coming in for my listings that I decided to start hiring buyer agents to help me with additional clients. The issue was that I had a really big issue at my plate that I didn't realize. And I never realized that hiring other agents to work for me would actually force me to inherit responsibilities that I didn't want at the time. These included training and supporting the agents. This included marketing and branding. This included transaction management, okay? And something you want to learn is that when you go out there and hire salespeople without an admin in place, you become the admin, okay? Quick little tip right there. So this ended up reducing the amount of hours I could focus on prospecting sellers. That led to me getting less listings. And then if I didn't have enough listings, it meant I wouldn't be able to support my team. If I didn't take action and build an infrastructure, then the entire thing would come crashing down and I'd be back at square one. So I decided to take action. Why? Because I have initiative. Just like those guys that ran up on stage, I wanted to go out there and build something for myself. So it took me an entire 6 months of struggling to get the hang of things. But once I created the right system, I was able to start generating 5 to 10 closings every single month. And that's what we did last year. And this year we're doing more. Okay? So what caused a shift in my business? Does anyone know the answer? Mindset, systems. Leverage. Come on, this is an easy one. Recurring theme. I'm going to sound like a broken record player. So originally when I began selling real estate, I was doing all the work myself. Does anyone kind of get this nostalgic feeling when they look at this little chart and they realize, wow, I'm doing open houses, I'm doing showings, I'm calling clientele, I'm circle prospecting, I'm door knocking, I'm doing mailers. Now I have to do marketing. There's this new thing called TikTok. I got to start dancing over there. Like, isn't this crazy? We're literally in a world where you guys are literally wearing 15 different hats in your business. And it's crazy. So every time I landed a new listing, all my income-producing activities had to pause so I could go out there and focus on serving the client. And in this business, we call this a bottleneck effect. And it's one of the major reasons why some real estate agents can't successfully scale their business past a certain level. So there are 3 main income-producing activities that you want to do every single day to make money. I encourage everyone to write this down. Number 1, you want to prospect, AKA build relationships. And Ricky's going to give you a phenomenal presentation on how to do that. Number 2, you want to follow up, AKA nurture those relationships. And number 3, you want to do consultations, AKA converting those relationships into clients, PFC. So secret number 2, the real estate sales formula. Anytime you go out there and you acquire a lead, depending on how well you convert that lead is going to depend on how many clients you get. So there's only 2 factors that you control personally: number of leads you get and how well you convert them. I highly recommend working on both skills. The second issue I came across was that 99% of real estate agents have the wrong definition of a lead. Okay, I have no more money in my pocket, but I'd offer it out right now. Can anyone just give me the definition of a lead? Have you seen this? Okay. So most agents define a lead as the following: someone that wants to buy or sell real estate. And most people will nod their head and say, yeah, that sounds about right. Well, I want to redefine a lead for everyone, just so that moving forward, when we get to the back end, you guys understand what I'm referring to when I say lead. A lead to me is right. It's a human. It's a relationship, okay? But if you meet a random human and you don't have their name, contact information, or rapport, like if they don't even know that you actually buy or sell real estate for a living, they're not going to know to call you. They're not going to know how to work with you. So you want to go out there, you want to build relationships with people. And once you redefine what a lead is, you start to realize that every single human being in the marketplace has the potential to become a future lead. Okay, so if you need more leads, you don't really need more leads, you need more humans. I highly encourage you, next time you ask your broker, hey, can you help me get more leads? Replace the word leads with humans, and you'll realize, can I get more humans? It's a ridiculous question. So quiz time. If I gave you the option to work with buyer A or buyer B, which one would you prefer? Buyer A is pre-approved, their budget's $500,000, their time frame is 90 days, whereas buyer B is not pre-approved, higher budget, $1 million, big luxury commission, but their time frame is 3 years. Raise your hand if you'd go with buyer A. Raise your hand if you go with buyer B. 1, 2, 3. Anyone would go with both? Everyone should be raising their hand. Come on. No? Okay. Well, if anyone is saying either buyer A or buyer B, right, I want you to know that most people want buyer A. And the difference between buyer A and buyer B is that buyer A has motivation. They are ready to buy or sell in the next 90 days. That's no longer a lead at this point. That's considered a prospect. Okay? So let's define what a prospect is. A prospect is a lead that is ready to buy or sell in the next 90 days. We're kind of seeing the trend now. Human, lead, prospect. So imagine a world where prospects fell from the sky, right? That's what all these companies want to sell us. We're going to get you hot and ready leads, but then we call them, and after 100 calls, we realize none of these are hot and ready. You can't define who's ready to buy or sell unless you can start reading people's brains, okay? So little spoiler alert, leads are future prospects. What if I told you that if you built enough of a database with enough leads, at some point they would just naturally turn to prospects if they continued being humans? So I want to make this even more simple, okay? Humans turn to leads. They turn into leads once you get their name, contact info, and you build rapport with them. And does anyone want a quick script? Will that help you on how to get these leads? I'm going to give everyone 5 words, okay? You meet any random stranger on the street. Introduce yourself. Hi, my name's JC. I'm with the Gold Bar team. What's going on? I have one quick question for you. Do you have a realtor? That's it. And most people will say no, because no one needs a realtor until they need one. Just how you don't need a plumber until your kitchen sink is broken, and just how you don't need a dentist until your tooth hurts, right? So you ask them, do you need a realtor? You know what they say? They're going to say, no, I don't need one. But do you have one? And they're going to say, no. Anyone know the follow-up question? Can I be your realtor? And they're going to say, sure, why not? I don't need one now, but I'll give you my information. So you get their name, contact info, and their email. Congratulations, you got a lead. They may not be ready to buy or sell now, but what I'm going to teach you is how to turn them into a prospect down the line, okay? So the only thing you have to do from then on, once you got that person's name, phone number, email, you now have to follow up with them, okay? And if you follow up with them long enough and hard enough, they will go ahead and turn into prospects. So this is my good friend, David Blaine, not David Cohen, but David Blaine. And David Blaine went ahead and took this photo for me just to really emphasize this. The magic is in the follow-up. That's all it is. You're not bad at real estate. You're not bad at prospecting. You're terrible at following up. And who here has spoke to someone 5 years ago that they call you and say, hey, I just moved, and they completely forgot you're in real estate? Happened to me last week, all right? So you want to go ahead and perfect that system so that you always stay top of mind. So I'm going to give everyone a 65-point follow-up campaign. Very simple to implement. You could automate this. It takes less than 10, 15 minutes a week. You want to do a weekly newsletter that goes out 52 times a year or once a week. Ricky has a great email newsletter. I have a great one as well. And all that thing does is go out once a week and make it personal. Don't talk real estate. If you went skiing, take a picture of you at a mountain and send it out there. You had something cool for lunch, take a picture of your dinner. You had a cool thing happen in an inspection, funny thing, make it personal. Number 2, you want to send out a monthly holiday text, just the easiest and the best excuse. I don't know which holiday is coming up next, but you could just send out a happy holiday text. Happy Mother's Day. By the way, you ever need anything in real estate, shoot me a text. That's all it is, staying top of mind. And then a yearly call or a voicemail. Doing the yearly call is easy, up to 300-400 people. If you have 15,000 people in your database like I do, I'd rather use software to send out a voicemail blast. That voicemail just says, hey, it's JC. I was thinking about you. If you ever need anything in real estate, give me a call. Okay? 65 times a year that they're going to be seeing you. So if we go ahead and take the real estate formula and we redefine it now, the number of leads is just fancy for the size of your database, and the conversion percentage is how well you interplay the 65-point campaign. And you don't have to do 65 points. I just think 65 is a cool number, and it's an easy thing to implement, and hey, it made sense for the presentation. What this all leads to at the end of the day is referrals, and who here loves referrals? Right? Referrals are easy. It's not like going out there and convincing a for sale by owner to work with you, and you guys are just battling it out every single day for objections. A referral is someone that trusts you, knows you, and wants to work with you, and they usually don't negotiate commission. So it's a really good way to go out there and build a referral-based business. So secret number 2, the 1% rule. The 1% rule is going to state that the total number of leads in your database multiplied times 1% equals the yearly number of referrals. So if we take 1,200 times 1%, you're going to get 12 yearly referrals from a 1,200-person database. If you want to close 100 deals a year, you need to build your database to 10,000 people and learn how to market and convert them. And at just 1%, you're going to close 100 deals a year. Last year, we closed 120. I had a database of around 13,000 people. Is that a coincidence? I don't know. Ask David Blaine. That's just magic. But what I want everyone to understand is if you're not selling enough real estate, your database isn't big enough, or you're not marketing it sufficiently. Like, that's it. Who here has a database of more than 1,000 people? These are the full-time agents, or the full-time marketers, we could say, okay? So now that we have the formulas, let's put it together. In order to make more money, we need to go out there and close more deals, obviously. In order to get more deals, we need to put more deals on the contract. In order to get more deals on the contract, we have to go out there and get more offers. In order to get more offers, we got to do more showings. In order to get more showings, more clients, more prospects, more leads, more people, and people are infinite. Why do I know this? Because they're being made every single day, right? So quit chasing deals and start chasing the relationship instead, okay? In conclusion, 99% of people we speak to are not going to be ready to buy or sell real estate in that moment. However, if you focus on building a genuine relationship with the 99%, they will call you when they become the 1% or better. They refer you their friends, families, colleagues, and sphere that want to buy at that moment. Super simple, definitely not easy to do, okay? So in order to scale from 0 to 6 figures, we want to put the majority of our time and energy into income-producing activities. Does anyone know what those are? Just prospecting? PFC, just remember, PFC, okay? Prospect, follow-up, consultations. Number 2, rinse and repeat. Really, there's nothing else. Just do enough of it. Anyone could go out there and build a $250,000 a year business through pure work ethic, initiative, and grit, as long as you prospect, follow up, and do consultations. Number 3, be patient. I made $6,000 my first year, and by my second year, it took a while for all those databases to really build up. A lot of agents I come across that make $1 million a year or more, their first 2 years, they bombed it. But their third, fourth, fifth, they crushed it. So you need to have that patience. So my entire schedule revolves around income-producing activities. As you can see right here, this is actually a sample schedule of what everything looks like. And I understand you may not have as much time as I do because I have more staff. So you go ahead and hit me with this. Juan, I can't do that. I'm doing open houses and showings and all these events, and I just don't have the time to just focus on those 3 things. I say, okay, I get it. So we run into one final issue. Does anyone know what a dinosaur is? I hear people laughing, but no one said yes. Yes? Someone? Okay, cool. All right, so this is what happened with dinosaurs. Some catastrophe happened or some crazy event, and apparently they went extinct, hopefully. And these are agents. You see a similar trend over here? So real estate agents, right? So what we have is we have that hardworking agent that takes his presentation, goes out there, and for the next 2 or 3 years, they just hustle their butt off. They prospect, they follow up, they do consultations, they get more clients, they rinse and repeat, they build their database, they implement newsletter systems, follow up, everything. They start getting 10, 20, 30 referrals a year. Getting referrals easy. They want to call you and they want to use you. You go open a door, you say, this is the kitchen, this is the bathroom, put in an offer, market's hot, you get a deal. Congrats. Just all your real estate, okay? The issue is once you do this 10 or 20 times, you hit this plateau. And you see the plateau, for most agents in most markets, it's around $300,000 a year in GCI. Maybe if you're in a lower market and maybe you're doing 150 to 200K homes, it's going to be 200K GCI because it's more volume. But somewhere around $200,000 to $400,000, you hit this plateau where you're literally feeling burnt out. You feel like you're working 80 hours a week. And I want you to understand, like, I'm here to consult you. Congratulations, you got exactly where you wanted to be. Just because you're burning out and you're at this plateau, it doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It means you did the work. Okay, so go ahead and give yourself a round of applause for doing the work. Agents call me and they're like complaining to me like, Juan, like I don't have time and I don't have any time to go out there and do all these things because I'm making too much money. And I'm like, what's the problem here? And they're like, I want my life back, right? So in the beginning, we want that problem. And then once you have it, you realize, then this kind of sucks, okay? So you have 2 ways to go ahead and continue surviving in this world as an agent. You could implement leverage, or you cannot implement leverage and continue burning out or stay at the production limit. So secret number 4, the scaling formula and how to get to 7 figures in gross commission. This is the entire scaling formula, which outlines the entire process from 0 to $1 million a year, and we're going to go through it one by one. The first process, the first part is doing the work, okay? So when you do the work, you're doing 3 things. Does anyone know what they are? Hey, there you go. You guys got it. Okay, PFC, okay? Once you do PFC for the 2 or 3 year process and you're patient and you're doing diligently, I'm talking actually doing it. Like actually send out the newsletter. Don't say you're going to do it. Physically go ahead, type it out. You're going to get to that point where you hit around 100K to 300K a year, and you're going to feel really burnt out. 60, 70, 80-hour work weeks, open houses, your phone doesn't stop ringing, your mortgage lender keeps wanting to get coffee, and you're telling them, I don't want any more coffee, and whatever. But pretty much what you really need to understand at this point is you need to implement leverage, okay? When you combine work with leverage, now you have a business to scale. And the first hire you should make is an admin, or else you will become an admin. So here's a little rule of thumb. If you are at $100,000 a year in GCI, you're going to take 30% of your gross GCI, and if that could afford to pay for a full-time admin, hire them. If it can't afford to pay for a full-time admin in your market, continue selling and working harder to get to that point, okay? If you're at $200,000 a year in GCI and $60K a year will go ahead and pay for an admin, you need to go out there and hire that person immediately, okay? Number 2, you need to hire a showing agent. A lot of people don't believe in this, but I do. I truly believe that if you want to go out there and be a successful agent, you need to outsource showings as soon as possible. Why? Because they take up 20 to 30 hours of your week from day one. And in reality, you can teach anyone how to open a door and say, this is the kitchen, and this is the bathroom. You can still negotiate the transaction, you can still provide the entire experience, but physically opening the door, it's a $10 an hour job, okay? So once you implement an admin and showing agent, that should be suffice. You don't need buyer agents, listing agents, crazy stuff, to get to $400K to $700,000 a year. Once you're at that point where you say, okay, I'm right back where I started, I'm making more money, but I'm feeling burnt out again, just open up the leverage hose. And we're going to hire now a second admin, okay? Someone that can do transaction management, SkySlope, maybe your social media. We're going to take your showing agent, promote them to buyer agent, And then you are going to become the listing agent. And now with you as a listing agent, a solid buyer agent that's done hundreds of showings and inspections and really knows the process, and 2 rockstar assistants, well, congratulations, you're Ricky Carruth. You can make $1 million a year. It's super simple, but it's not easy, okay? So leverage comes in 2 forms, systems and people. Systems include CRM, software, and automation. People include staff, US-based, and virtual assistants. And my systems that I personally use are the following. CRM is KV Core. Software is Asana, project management and tasks. And my automation is Zapier, meaning when someone goes ahead and they opt into my funnel or my marketing, whatever it may be, the entire thing gets automated. For people, I have both US-based staff and virtual assistants based out of the Philippines. And the way we work with these people is we integrate them in one specific role. Every single person has their own job, and they focus on doing that job as best as possible, while I focus on expanding the team from a CEO perspective. So 7-figures producers, they go ahead and combine all 3 of these. If you combine just one, you'll do okay, but if you combine all 3, magic happens, the entire thing takes off. So secret number 1, the law of millionaire agents. Secret number 2, the real estate sales formula and how to use it, and the 1% rule and why it matters. And I'm just gonna go through the slides really quickly just so everyone's aware that at the end of the day, it just really comes down to these 3 things, okay? So in conclusion, in order to scale from 0 to 7 figures a year, number 1, continue focusing on building relationships. The only difference between that person that's making $2, $3 million a year in gross commissions and your business is that they're building way more relationships at scale. There's literally nothing else. It's not a secret Facebook ad. It's not a funnel. It's not some magic company, I won't say the word, that you pay for leads and they send you all these leads. It's that they're building more relationships at a higher scale and they have more systems and more leverage in place to actually go out there and help them do that, okay? Number 2, you wanna implement leverage when you hit a plateau. I can't stress this enough. If you're already working 40, 50, 60 hours a week and you're making at least 6 figures or more, start hiring that assistant, okay? That assistant is going to be crucial, and if you don't understand how to hire an assistant, there's plenty of programs and systems to go out there and learn how to do that. If you don't want to do it yourself, hire a staffing company. Pay them the fee. It's well worth it. And then number 3, rinse and repeat while carefully manage your profit and expenses. The biggest thing I find is that many people get into this business and they want to keep their overhead as low as possible. And I get it. I was there at some point as well. But now I'm at that point where I manage 5 or 6 employees. I have another 3 or 4 virtual assistants overseas, and then my expenses can tally up to multiple 6 figures over the course of the year. And I sleep at night. And I know this why? Because I've reserved all of this cash into a separate bank account to pay for my expenses 6 months ahead. So if your fear is going out there and saying, well, now I have to support this person. I have to go out there and pay them. What if I can't pay them 1 month? I'm gonna solve the issue for everyone. Take 6 months salary up front, stick it in a savings account, and now when you hire them, you know you could go out there and pay them for the next 6 months. In addition, implement a 60-day review process where you tell them, every 60 days, if you don't perform to the level that I need you to perform on, then I'm gonna have to let you go. And what you've done is you've implemented a 6-month insurance policy to make sure you could pay them, but now you went ahead and you made a 2-month insurance policy that, hey, if they're not producing the work, or you don't get along with them, or they're not giving you a good return on your investment, you could let them go whatever time you want, okay? So it seems simple, right? But it's not easy, okay? And I want you to understand that I've done this for the last 6 years, and the one thing that I've learned is that the only thing you need to really go out there and be successful is initiative. And if you have the initiative and you attend these conferences and these trainings and you implement what these top producers are doing, you're gonna go out there and be successful. Okay, so some free giveaways. Who likes free money? No one likes free money. I can't help you guys out then. Number 1, do the work. I just said that right there. And number 2, free stuff, okay? So I do this presentation a lot, and the first thing people ask me is, Juan, can I get access to your newsletter content? Juan, can I get access to these slides? Juan, do you offer anything as far as like these tools and all that stuff? Everything I went over, I'm gonna give you the slides. I'm gonna give you a recording of the entire presentation, and I'm gonna give you the newsletter content as well for free. No catch, just literally follow me on Instagram, message me ZTD for this event, and let's stay in touch. Send me your referrals for New York and Florida, and happy to be here.
Juan Carlos Bedeneche, crushing the game. Thank you. Perfect. Oh my gosh, was that like Fast and Furious? Did you guys just learn so much? Does Juan know how to like, is that like the instructor of the year? Ow. All right, guys, so I know everyone's here to see Ricky. Before we bring him out, we have a few people that want to share a little bit about the impact that Ricky has made on their business. So, what we're going to do, I was actually going to have them bring up the chairs. We're gonna skip that part. So I'm going to invite up each of our speakers one at a time. First up, I'd like to invite Aaron Ryan to the stage. Welcome, Aaron. Hi, friend.
Hi, friend. Oh, does this work?
Testing?
Is this working? Oh, it is working. Hi,
So,
friend.
Aaron, just please share a little bit about yourself and the impact that Zero to Diamond and Ricky has made on your life.
First of all, I just want to say thank you guys all for coming today. If you aren't chatting with the people next to you, that's one of the most important things to do. So when this is all over, go out to them, like outside, chat with some people, talk to them, because being part of like such an incredible group of people, I'm so grateful for. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my journey. My name's Erin Ryan. I'm from the Jersey Shore. You can follow me on Instagram. I'm Wonder Bread Realtor. And I got my license, kind of like I feel like a few of you probably did the same thing. I was looking for a house, and I couldn't find a real estate agent to call me back. And I was like, well, damn, if they're really good at this, and they're not calling anybody back, I'm like, I'm going to kill it. So one Sunday fun day, I'm drunk, and I'm scrolling on Facebook, and it's like, have you ever thought about being a real estate agent? I was like, yes. Next thing I know, I'm in class. I get my license. It's a magical time. It's 2019. It's 2019, and USA has just won the Women's World Cup. I'm like, this is going to be the greatest year ever. Well, nothing happened. Like the universe didn't alert anybody that I had my real estate license, and so nothing happened. I was just like, wow, maybe it isn't that easy. And then the world shut down. So I'm a little bit of a hustler. I got a bunch of crazy jobs. I did medical billing. I'm not really good at it. I was food shopping for old people. I'm also not good at that. And I was in the service industry my entire life. I was a bartender for a really long time. So when bars started opening back up, I'm working 60, 70 hours a week, and everyone's miserable. And I'm like, but wait, I have my real estate license. Like, I should be doing something. So I sat in front of my real estate broker, and in tears. I was like, what do I do? I need direction. I need some guidance. Like, how do I get houses? She's like, oh, you just like find houses and list them. What does that mean? So I did what every 30-something-year-old does. I Googled it, how to become a real estate agent. And I fell down a rabbit hole. And I watched every single YouTube video. I started reading every single book. And then I came across this guy with bangs and a really heavy Southern drawl. And I was like, man, I like this guy. He's talking some stuff that I'm believing in. And the one thing that he said, and I don't know what video it was, he says it on almost every single video, like relationships over transactions. So I went from talking to people being like, hey, do you want to sell your house? To being like, oh, no one. I've never called somebody and I've been like, hey, my name's Erin, I'm a real estate agent. Are you thinking about selling? They're like, 20 minutes ago, I was thinking about selling. You've called me at the exact right time. That's never happened. So I'm like, man, I need to change it up. So instead of being like, oh my God, my desperation will come across as they want to sell their house with me, I was like, I'm going to start doing this whole relationship thing. And I was like, I'm going to make as many friends as I possibly can. And that was it. So instead of calling people and I'm like, hi, my name's Erin, I'm a real estate agent, please sell your house with me, I'm poor. I decided to go about it like, hey, my name's Erin, I'm a real estate agent in town. I don't know what you're doing next week, but I'll be at happy hour. Do you want to come hang out with me? And I just started meeting people, and that was my thing. I was like, let me just become friends with literally every single human being that I see. And anybody that knows me in the room knows that, like, when I call somebody or they answer, when I answer my phone, I'm like, hi, friend. Hi, how are you, friend?
I thought it was just me.
Oh, you're also my friend. You're also my friend. And so I just started making more friends, and I went from zero, like literally, I have my license now at this point for maybe 6 or 7 months, and the universe, like I said, didn't alert anybody. I quit all of my jobs. I was like, I'm going to go full-fledged into real estate for 6 months, and if I don't make it, like, I'll just find another job and clock in. And I went from 0 to my first deal was 4 weeks later, and then I went from the 0 in August 1st, 2020, to the top producer of my company. And so then I'm sitting at my company, and I'm like, I'm looking around the room, and I'm like, I did this in 4 months. Like, what are you guys doing? So I decided that I needed to start surrounding myself with movers and shakers, and that's how I found Ricky. I reached out to him on Instagram. That's how I found Alexa. That's how I found Felicia, Stephanie, Kevin. Like, these are like my closest friends now because they want more. And I don't look at any other real estate agent as competition because I'm like, we're in this crazy club together. Let's do it. So I think that was like how Ricky changed my life the most. Was he took out the idea of like, oh, I need to like find houses to sell them, to like, no, I just need to like make a lot of friends. And so I want to be your friend if you guys want. I'm on Instagram. I live in Jersey, but I travel all over the place. I lived in California for 6 years. I miss it dearly, so don't be scared if you see me soon. And yeah, that's it. I don't know if anyone has any questions or if I'm supposed to.
That was the best 3-minute testimonial I've ever heard.
Thanks, babe.
Thank you. I love you. I love it. It really is a community. So speaking of our community, next I want to invite Stephanie Hungerford. And we'll try to stick to like the 3-minute-ish.
Yeah, I'll be good. Hey guys. Okay, so I started a relationship with Ricky 4 years ago. He doesn't know it, but I was listening to his podcast in the car. We take long drives together. It was really amazing. I loved it a lot. So for the first 2 years, I really took a part of the build the relationships, make friends. It was absolutely amazing. And I wasn't really taking the cold calling part seriously or, just doing the work. And it's hard to just explain it, but I know you guys know what he knows. And I know there's people out there that are not implementing what he's doing. And I just wanted to come up here and tell you, 2 years ago, we had the pandemic. I lost a baby. My dad died. But it was because of this beautiful community that we have, my friends, and everybody in here, Ricky, everybody, that I was able to just kind of get along. So that year, 2021, I doubled my business completely from 3 million to 7 million. And this year, in May, I closed 5 transactions. I'm almost capped, and I feel like it's just been an amazing time for me. And if you guys want to be my friend, I'm from Dallas, and I absolutely love California. And obviously, people from California love Dallas, so just kidding. Just kidding. Okay, my social handle is Sold by Steph. If you guys want to give me a hug or say anything, I know I've talked to a lot of people in this room, but I'm excited to be here, and I'm so excited for Ricky. Who's excited? Come on, let's give it up. All right, guys, thank you so much. I love all you, and I just love you too.
Love you, honey. You
Yeah.
crushed it. Here we go. Thank you. All right, speed rapid fire. Now we have Jonathan Nichols. Welcome, Jonathan Nichols. I just love this community. Don't you guys love this community?
How are you guys doing? Just to stay on track for time, I do have a few notes, but I'm glad I'm not going last. I didn't want to hold you guys back from Ricky, but just a little bit about myself. I'm a third-generation realtor. I got licensed a few weeks after turning 18. Was in a family business. Me and my mom worked together for many years, and our kind of focus was on primarily the 1 million kind of plus price point for a long time. And so I found Ricky probably about 3 years ago when I started making a transition. I was going to leave the family business, and we had always had our way of marketing, and I needed to find a new way. How am I going to go out there and kind of get my own business going? And so a couple things, one of the big things that stands out to me with Ricky is when he talks about how when a prospect gives us an objection, to really pay attention to that. That's them telling you what they need. So for me recently, I was trying to break into a higher price point, started calling around, and a lot of these sellers started telling me, you don't have experience in this price point. You've sold at $3 million, but at $5 million it's different. They weren't going to list with me. And so instead of getting down about that, I kind of decided, okay, I'm going to turn this. Every time I get a no, I'm going to listen. What are they saying? That's a new objective I need to get. I need to get more experience in that price point. If you're a new agent and they're telling you, we're not going to list with you at this time, you haven't done the sales, that's your target. They're telling you what they need to see. If they're saying we can't sell it this time, where are we going to move? That's the market telling you that's what I need to get good at, finding off-market deals so that when they are concerned about where they're going to move, that's going to be the option I have for them. And then another thing too was recently finally got into that deal, went and prospected, found my way into that higher price point, and everything started going south. So of course I messaged Ricky, I said, hey, I just lost this huge commission. David was mentioning earlier how that feels. And Ricky writes back, he's like, it was never yours. He's like, you need to turn around, and it's hard to hear when you look at the commission. You're like, okay, it's easier to write that, but I got to live with it. But, and all he said, you need to start focusing on the actions and the process and the relationships. And so we were in a backup offer on that point, and I said, I'm going to put everything aside, start calling the agent weekly. Hey, how's that transaction going? I know you're from out of town. What kind of resources can I give you? You guys need help with a roofer? Here's a good roofer. And even though we were battling many other offers, when they came to finally go back to the market, they said, we want to work with you because you had taken the time to build a relationship, not just with clients, but think about it, other agents in the marketplace. Those are people that we need to be building those relationships with also, because they're the ones that hold the keys sometimes for those deals that we need. And lastly, I just wanted to give kind of any of the new agents, I know there's a lot of people out there who want to get in to that higher price point. It was something I always aspired to when I was getting in, looking at how are they selling at $1 million or $2 million. The biggest thing I found for my career moving up was always look at it in $200,000 increments. That's kind of your next step. When we went from 800 to $1 million, the $1 million sellers were willing to listen to us because we had experience at that price point. And then we moved to 1.2. If you try and just jump up there, you're going to meet more resistance. But if you kind of move up in those big blocks, 200, 300,000 at a time, that's how you'll eventually get up to $1 million, $3 million, and good luck with it.
Love it. Great job, Jonathan. All right. Kevin Oliver, bring it home for us. Welcome.
Hey everybody, how we doing today? Come on, let's go. Let's go. We got Ricky coming up here. Let's go. Let's go. Man, I just want to thank you all for allowing me to be on up here and stuff. My name is Kevin Oliver. I'm a team lead real estate broker up here in Central California. I lived here in Los Angeles for about 20, 30 years as well. But I got out of the crazy traffic here, man. Have you ever tried to go over Sepulveda Pass on the 405? Man, you got to pack lunch and dinner. But no, seriously though, I was always raised that you go out, you get a job, you work hard, you work that 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, and you come home, you support a family. I got a wonderful wife. Matter of fact, today is my anniversary. 32 years to my lovely wife, Cindy. And she's like, you're going where? But God bless her. She's originally from La Cañada, if you guys know where that is. And we live up in Bakersfield now area. We've raised our family up there. But I worked in corporate America for a small company called Nortel, and then another one by GE. Anybody ever heard of GE? I was a Six Sigma black belt with them. I was a process manager, so I know processes. So that little panel that was up here before with those really awesome people that are talking about processes,
That's exactly what you need to do in your job here. Put those processes in place. But I went ahead, and anytime when you're in corporate America, you're working hard, but then you're only a paycheck away from poverty. So I was working for GE, making well in the six figures, bonuses and everything else, traveling all over the world, Europe and here in North America. And we were doing reorganization. Everybody know what that is? Layoffs.
Oh.
So I went ahead and I got laid off with $130,000 in high interest credit card debt, a wife, 2 kids, 2 dogs, and a house payment. Talk about motivation. I'd also started taking some real estate classes, not as a realtor. I never wanted to be a realtor. Okay? I ended up being an investor for a small class. I worked very closely with Robert Kiyosaki. Some of you guys know who that is. And he wrote a book. I can't name the name of it and everything. But I ended up taking some of those classes. And then later on, we started investing. I built a $1.2 million wholesale business, and then later on, started flipping homes, and I flipped probably 230 homes. I own multifamilies, group homes, everything else here in Central California. And then we went ahead and 08 happened, right? Started doing trustee sales, doing some other things. You got to shift your market. And from there, I had gone ahead, and our board of directors that we had met there came up and says, hey, we're moving our realtor to Nevada to head up our Nevada operations. Kevin, we need another realtor here in California. You're it. I'm like, I don't want to be a realtor. But I did. I took a hit for the team. And I went ahead, and I was getting really burned out on real estate investments. Man, I was going to go be a Walmart greeter, okay? And my wife came up and said, hey, you got your license. Why don't you just go be a realtor? And I'm like, yeah, I can do that. They don't do anything. So I went ahead, started being a realtor, started building that business and everything else. And you know how you get those roller coasters. It goes like this. Your lead generation, you're going ahead and you're getting all that leads and everything else, and then you're doing showings and everything else, and your business goes like this, right? Come on, we all been there. So I go ahead and I start being that realtor and everything, trying to build it up. And then it's, let's build a team. So we go ahead and we build a team, and then you get realtors that'll come in, they'll learn from you, and then they leave. Learn from you, and then they leave. Well, there's that up and down again. Well, I had one of my team members found this crazy guy out of Alabama. I don't know what the hell, but RC, good old Mr. Carruth. And he says, hey, Kevin, I got this guy. His name is Ricky Carruth. He was the #1 agent with RE/MAX. And he says, you got to listen to this guy. And I'm like, all right, we'll go ahead and we'll take a look at that real quick. And we look at it, and I'm like, relationships over transactions. That makes sense. So we go ahead and we start looking. We started following him for about a year, going through his training and everything else. I even went through, well, they didn't have the 60-day challenge back then. They had about 28-day challenge. And how many people have gone through the 60-day challenge here? Come on, raise your hand. Come on, let's go. Oh, more of you got to go do this thing, man. You better get up to 0 diamonds. It changed my life. As a team lead, I went ahead and I started going through that 60-day challenge there, going through that, putting the processes and procedures in place for my team. And give a hand to the girls that were out there in front. That's my team. Out here, you got Jolene, Bernadine, and Candy. Thank you all so much for helping checking everybody in this room in there. But we went ahead and I started following exactly what Ricky Carruth said. Lead generation, follow-up, and what else? What's the third one, guys? Come on. Branding, right? Got that email that got to go out and everything else. Build that database. And that's what saved me from the roller coaster effect and helped taking me a trajectory to a 10, 15, 20% increases every single year, okay, since I've been following him. So if you have not gone through that 60-day challenge, you need to get on out there. Take a look at 0 to Diamond, okay? Go through that 60-day. Grab one of us coaches while here. I coach for Ricky Carruth. I know the number of Aaron's down here. We got Stephanie here. A lot of the other coaches that are here. Yes, you too. But or Alexa, isn't she wonderful? Let's give her a hand. She's awesome. Awesome. But get on up there. Log in, check it out. I know some of my mentees are over here. I see one over there and a few others. But come and see me. And See how it affected my life, how it changed my life, and I believe, and I truly believe this, that it could change your life as well, okay, and make you guys a better realtor. So let's give it a hand.
Go, bud.
Love you.
You're awesome. Love you too.
Sorry.
Crushed it. Guys, so I just hear these stories in this community that Ricky's really created. It came from such a beautiful place. It was from his heart, right? I mean, how many other free coaches do we know? And, right? So it comes from here. So I hope each and every one of you guys feel that in the community that he's building. And so before I bring him out, I just want to say my story as far as the impact Ricky's made in my life. That agent that was that top producing agent, the one that was hitting burnout, the one that's like, this girl doesn't even have a voice anymore. I didn't know where I was going to go next. I didn't want to be in that hamster wheel every day, dropping everything every day. I wanted to do things better. I figured out how to do things better, and then Ricky came into my life. It's no accident. How many of us here have had Ricky come into your life at the right time? Right? And for some of us are really lucky, and that right time is two weeks in the business. I mean, I can't wait to see where you go, buddy. I'm telling you. But that being said, I'm just so grateful to have him as a friend and a partner and to be able to facilitate this. Like, this makes my heart sing. And I just hope that you guys, each and every one of you here today, take inspired action and just live your best life. So with that, the man, the myth, the legend, Ricky Carruth.
Already standing. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, please. All right. One time, though. Let's see how loud you can really get. Go. Okay. I know what I'm dealing with here. Okay, so a lot of you guys, probably all of you, most of you, some of you, don't even realize, but you're spending my birthday week with me right now. Don't worry about how old I am. That's none of your business. Now, I'm turning 41 Saturday. And honestly, I feel great, number one, just so you know. But especially in this business, you can really flip that number around. Because I feel 14 in this business. It is so early in the game. I don't care how old you are. You can do so much in this industry over the next 3 to 5 years, right? And right now we're in one of the most incredible major market resets that we've ever seen, right? 08 from 05 to 2012, that was probably the most deepest market reset. But this market reset we're in the middle of right now, we're in the very beginning stages of. I'm telling you, if you ever wanted to get in early on something, like Facebook before it went IPO, right? A stock early, Bitcoin when it was $1. This is the equivalent, I promise you, that if you go all in right now on this market, right, and don't shy away from less transactions this year. I'm going to get into that in a minute. But if you go all in, I'm telling you, you can build an 8-figure a year business. 8. Not 7, right? Before I get started, I do want to give it up for my hostess with the mostest, Alexa Kabbalah-Hughes. She busted her ass to make this happen. And I really appreciate you, right? I want to thank the sponsors, Michael from Revive, wherever he is, thank you. Neo Home Loans, the mortgage company in the back. I'm going to have to read this one. Ascendant title. Thank you guys so much. Now, I want to ask you this because I watched the first half of today on YouTube, right? And then I got here and I'm watching all the speakers, and I have to say
This was an incredible lineup of speakers, right? If you got an immense amount of value, let you hear them. I mean, like I was blown away. Like I was listening to each speaker saying, wow, 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 right? So much value, right? And as always, I've got my wife and daughter in the back. Give it up for them. Okay, where's all my new agents at? Make some noise. Whoa, guys. Listen, for future reference, don't try to draw too much attention to the fact that you're a new agent. Don't tell anybody. Don't make any loud noises. Hey, I'm a new agent over here. Don't do that. Where's my experienced agents at? Make some noise. Okay, y'all can get loud. That's a good thing to talk about. Where's all my 0 to diamond agents at? Make some noise. That's weak. That's weak. Where's all my 0 to diamond agents at? Make some noise. Okay. All right, all my Zillow Premier agents, can I say hallelujah? Come on, guys. Where you at? Okay. You guys say you're 0 to diamond agents, right? Okay. Let's test that out. Let's play a little game of fill in the blank. Ready? Okay. Because closings happen every day, forever, regardless of market conditions, right? And business is unlimited for everybody, no matter what. That means competition doesn't exist. You guys are 0 to diamond agents. Guys, if you take that sentence, right, that closings happen every day, no matter what, which creates a scenario where business is unlimited forever for every single one of you. You can never get to every single deal. That's why there's millions of agents, by the way. Right? It creates a scenario, another scenario where competition doesn't exist. The only competition is you right there in the mirror. That's it. The only thing I want to add to that is the fact that we always value relationships over transactions. Okay? So these are the core principles of 0 to diamond. Okay, these are the foundation core principles. Okay, now when you think about that and you really break it down, okay, and you go deep with those philosophies, all right, what you need to realize and what I want you to really understand is that at that point, your success is 100% predicated on how much you can handle. Because now it's a buffet. It's all you can eat. You can't do it all. You can't eat all the chicken. Too much. Stomach's only so big. Right? Now, you think about how much you can handle. Okay? So I want to go deep here with you guys. I want to change your perspective here and really open you up to doing more. Right? Some people are blown away with 4 listings and 3 pending deals. That's it. They're done. That's 40 hours a week servicing that. Right? Some people can handle 30 active listings, 10 to 15 pending deals. Where's your limit? I refer to it as your cup. How big is your cup? Some people have massive cups, can handle so much. Some people not so much. How do we walk into a scenario where we can increase our capacity? There's 2 ways. One, we need to really sit there and think about how we can be more efficient. Right? You need to work hard to be more efficient. Do more in less time. The second part is leverage, which Juan talked about. And I prefer to do both. But if you look at agents who, let's just take an agent who's been in the business a year and a half and they've done 3 deals, right? And they're complaining. I'm working so hard. I've only done 3 deals, right? I hate to break it to you, but that's all you can handle. Now, let me break it down just a little bit further. When you think about handling deals, because most people think about it from contract to close. Oh, I can handle, you give me contracts. I can handle it, I can process it, I can close the deals. But that's not the deal. That's what you think the deal is, right? A deal is relationship created to close. And do you know how much work goes into the front end of creating a relationship? You probably have to dial 50 numbers to talk to 5 people, right, to create 1 to 2 great relationships for the future that may or may not buy anything today, right? The front end work that goes into building the amount of relationships it takes to build the size business that you want is what you can't handle. We can all handle more deals. Can you handle more deals? I can handle more deals. But I don't know that I have the capacity to handle prospecting to the level of creating more relationships to build that business up to the point where it's producing more deals. You see what I'm saying? Stop thinking about you just need leads that's ready to close now and start to realize you got to go find humans in your market, create friendships that blossom into. Every closing originated from a conversation that was converted into a relationship that later turned into a transaction. Look at the process. Conversation first. Conversion to me is not listing appointment, showing property, right? It's not closing the deal. It's not getting them to sign the contract. That's not conversion. Conversion to me is, did I make them feel comfortable with me? Did they like me enough to do business? And what a lot of people are learning right now, especially new in the business, like I got a call yesterday from one of my agents, and he says, I lost 5 listings. I talked to them over the past couple of months, great conversations, right? They listed with other agents. And I'm like, well, how did those conversations go? Great conversations. Connection. I said, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. They were just telling you what you wanted to hear. See, the other side of it is being able to read people and having the experience enough to understand that when you're in these situations, and I said, you know what will happen? Number one, you're going to be a better communicator. You're going to go deeper with the conversations, right? Because they were saying, I might sell in 3 months. And he said, okay, cool, I'll cut it back to 3 months. I said, what's got you thinking about selling in 3 months? Why not find out the deeper reasons behind what's going on behind the scenes in their life that's causing them to make this decision to buy or sell? That's when you're going to really connect with people, right? And I said, you're going to start doing that, number one. I said, number two, when you start having these great conversations in the back of your head, you're going to take this experience and you're going to say, this person might ghost me later. And you're going to know that going in. And you're not going to be as heartbroken the next time it happens. Right? So, guys, I'm trying to open your mind up to the fact that your success is predicated on how much you can handle. And if we need to increase your capacity by helping you become more efficient and doing more in less time, that's step one. Step two might be that you're maxed out and now we need to leverage through other people, assistants, buyer agents, building teams, building brokerages. Right? Now, when I created Zero to Diamond 5 years ago, number one, I had no idea it was going to be this big. And I can't imagine what it's going to be like next year when we come back to California. And I never realized I was going to have such a deep connection with each and every one of you the way that I do. When she asked how many people here, that Ricky came into their life at the right time and all the hands that went up, I'm just so humbled and blown away. Right? It's just amazing that the impact. Now, since we started this, okay, I just want you to understand Zero to Diamond for just a second and the impact that it's really had on the industry. Globally, we've had over 50,000 agents go through the program, okay? Out of the ones who completed the program, 7 out of 10 say that they get more listings and close more deals. That's 70% of the agents who go through the program say they get more listings and close more deals. In an industry where 90% of agents fail, we're helping 70% of the people close more deals and get more listings. Whoa. 87% say they have better time management. So think about that for a second. What that tells me is that people are accomplishing more, getting more listings, closing more deals in less time because they have better time management. That's the whole point of this, is to help you guys live a better life, have a better quality of life, be able to get more done between 8 and 5 than most people do between 8 and 11, and still have time to hang out with the family or do whatever you want to do. See, that's the magic of this, right? And that's something that I figured out. I knock off at 5 every day and hang out with my family. They'll attest to that. Because I'm going to shut it down. But the punchline is how efficient I'm working during working hours, right? I'm trying to open your mind up here. I want you to do more in less time, and I want you to live that life because, listen, guys, we all got into this business for freedom. You got into the, I'm preaching to the choir over here, hallelujah. Mm-hmm. You got into this business because you wanted to have be your own boss, make your own money, sky's the limit, set your own hours, do your own thing, right? That's the dream. But I don't think a lot of us have that freedom because you're working until 11 o'clock at night, you're jumping 3 feet in the air every time your phone rings, right? You're stressed out, right? I'm on a mission to help open you guys' minds that you don't have to live like that in this business. You can take that back, right? And you can run your own business. Now, the coolest statistic of the entire survey that we did was at 98.8, okay? That's a 9 and an 8.8% say that they enjoy being a real estate agent more. See that one right there? Thank you. That one right there was like, boom. It was like, this is why I do this. Now, the first 2 years I did Zero to Diamond, I lost $100,000 a year investing into it, right? Spending 80% of my time on a business that loses money versus 20% I was spending on my $1 million business that I felt like I probably should have been spending on that business instead, right? That was just an investment back into you guys. Right? I felt like this was something, but I thought about quitting many times. You know why I didn't? Because I kept getting messages from you guys saying, it's working for me, I'm getting listings, I was about to quit, but I found you, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And every message I got, I was like, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. That's why you need to be in your real estate business. Every great conversation you have with a prospect, no matter how doom and gloom your business seems, we've all been through it, nothing new. But every great conversation you have with somebody who probably never going to buy from you, that should be enough to keep you going, that you're touching somebody, that you're connecting with somebody, right? And all this accumulates over time. Why is Zero to Diamond free? Why are you guys all in this room for free? It's because I understood, I could see the writing on the wall that the business models of the future are win-wins for everyone. Hallelujah. You guys win because you learn everything that I have right here for free. Whether it's right or wrong, I'm just going to share everything I know with you for free. If it helps, great. It's helped a lot of people. It may not help everyone. I'm just going to do the best I can do. Right? What do I get out of it? Well, I wanted to build one of the largest brands in real estate. Not there yet, but I'm working on it. I know that Ricky Carruth is a $1 billion brand. I already know that because I'm 3 to 5 to 10 years out. I'm not even here right now. I'm like, but I also understand something else. The greatest coach in the history of real estate is not going to be the one that made the most money. He's going to be the one that impacted and helped the most agents. Now, the mission statement for Zero to Diamond, I'm sure you guys know what that is. I'll go ahead and say it anyway for you. But it's to reduce the failure rate in the real estate industry one agent at a time, right? I'm just going to take a risk here. Anybody in this room feel like they were headed towards failure in the industry until they ran into Zero to Diamond? Stand up. Oh my God. What? Wow. See, this is touching. This is touching. I might choke up for a second. Like this is what keeps me This is what keeps me going right here, right? And like, we're reducing the failure rate right here in this room. Like, it's happening. Now, when I set out to do this, it wasn't like, I'm just going to reduce the failure rate in the industry. That sounds like clickbait, right? But the thing is I put together a plan, okay? And my plan was this. I was going to do this two ways. One, I felt like if I shared all the zero to diamond principles with the world for free, that in itself would reduce the failure rate in the industry, right? When you realize that closings never stop no matter what the market does, doesn't it take a little bit of the pressure off, right? And it's like, how many people realized that before I told you, right? Not a whole lot of people, because I didn't. And I just feel like I have to pound that and pound that and pound that into the industry so that you realize when the market shifts, like it's doing right now, that you don't got to worry. You don't have to worry. I felt like if I could share my principles with the world, that would reduce the failure rate, right? The second way was that I wanted to build this up to the point where I had enough influence in the market so that when we did have another market shift where we were going to lose agents, hopefully I could get my hands on enough of the agents who would have quit if I didn't get my hands on them. And that's what I'm doing right this second. The market's shifting. The market that we knew 60 days ago is no longer, ladies and gentlemen, right? Is the market different over here in California? Are we seeing more listings, days on market, price reductions, right? It's happening. This is the new market. We're in the next chapter, and this is so early in this market shift, right? And I want you guys to take advantage of this, right? So let me lay out how I feel like this is going to play for the rest of the year, okay? In terms of the opportunity, okay? Because I feel like there's not much that I'm going to be able to do to prevent all agents from quitting, right? It's going to happen. There's nothing I can do to get to every single one of them, make them understand, shake them, right? But what we're going to see is a drastic reduction in number of agents, okay? But all the experts out there, I haven't really found an expert yet anywhere in any articles that says we're going to have more transactions this year than we had last year, right? NAR is calling for 2 to 4% less transactions, up to 10% depending on interest rates. Right, there's other experts calling for 25% less transactions. Nobody knows where that number's going to be. We do know there's going to be less transactions. In March, in my market, we had 17% less transactions than last March. Last month, April, we had 23% less transactions from the previous April. Now, we're up on the quarter because we had so many closings in January and February, but then everything changed right around the end of February, right? Now we're in this new market moving forward. We're going to have less transactions this year, I believe, pretty strongly, and so does all the other experts. Now, here's the punchline, and I've been saying this for years, and I want to bring it back, and I really want to go deep with this philosophy for you so you can really sit down and understand it. We're at 3 million agents in the country right now, 1.6 with NAR and another 1.4 that aren't. Okay, we're at an all-time high number of agents, which means we're at an all-time low of transactions per agent. Okay, you with me? Makes sense? What we're going to see is whatever percentage of transactions less that we have, we're going to have a larger percentage of agents leave. So if we have 4% less transactions, we're going to have more than 4% of agents leave the business. Why? Because it's a perfect storm right now with dues becoming due, memberships, continuing ed, okay? Everybody did anybody get their license during the pandemic? Oh my gosh. All right. This is for you, okay? I'm talking to you. A lot of agents got their license during the pandemic, thinking this was going to be get rich quick. Not talking about you guys. I'm sure you got it going on. But at the end of the day, hundreds of thousands of agents, new agents, got their license during that time, nothing else to do. Look at all these agents on social media. They're crushing it. This is so easy. Let me just get my license, and then boom, right? Anybody here think real estate's easy? Okay. The point is that we have this perfect storm of now we're 2 years past the pandemic. We've got continuing ed, we've got dues. There was already a purge of real estate agents in March. I don't know if you guys realize it at your brokerage. We saw it in ours. where we literally had to off-board lots of agents who weren't paying their dues. We've already had purging happening over this, and it's going to continue. Now, when you add in the fact that we're going to have a lot less transactions than we had, you have these agents who don't understand that's not correlated to your success, and they're going to say, well, I couldn't make it while prices were skyrocketing. I'm certainly not going to make it when we have less transactions. I'm just going to go ahead and get out now before I have to pay all these fees. So understand that the higher this number is of less transactions, okay, that's going to create more fear in the market for the newer agents, right? And we're going to see a bigger number of agents leave the industry, okay? Which means what? I didn't hear a single one of you guys, just so you know. It was just like, well, he waited till everybody was done. He was like, more transactions per agent. That's it, man. Listen to that for a second. Let it sink in. I believe this year, like I did a video months ago that said we're going to lose more agents in 2022 than we ever have. I still believe that. There's some people who called me out after that and said, well, we're going to have so many new agents coming in. I don't believe that. I think people are going to say, look at this market. We're not getting real estate. Maybe I'm wrong. You know what? I don't care if I'm wrong because I'm always in a win-win. It doesn't matter if there's more agents. It doesn't matter if there's less agents. It doesn't matter if the market crashes. It doesn't matter if prices go down, transactions. It doesn't matter. Why? Because business is unlimited for everybody every single day for the rest of your life. Period. But what I'm getting at is that I think that's how this year is going to play out. So the agents who stay in the business, you're going to experience more transactions per agent. Now, my team, right, I've got 2 agents make calls all day long. I have my dad running the whole thing. We have a manager, right? We went from closing about 3 deals a week, 2 to 3 deals a week. Now we're closing 5, 6 deals a week, right? Ever since interest rates went up, our business has been booming, right? Now, what we have is the escalation of prices over the last couple of years, okay? So what's happened is prices have went up and now interest rates. So prices did this and now they've leveled off. Right? But what we're going with, the phase we're going through right now is the seller denial stage. They're like, oh, that's a fluke. Like, it's still going up. So let's price it 10% higher. So right now, we're getting a lot of listings that are 10, 15, 20% higher. Just that strategy worked 6 months ago, 8 months ago, 18 months ago. You could price your property 10, 20% higher. You're going to get multiple offers and sell it for more than that, right? That was a great strategy. I like that strategy. That strategy doesn't work anymore. You got to price it exactly what the last one sold for right now. That's going to change. Will it stay like that? Will the price go down? It doesn't matter to us, right? We don't know what it's going to do. But the fact is, right now, we're going through the seller denial stage where they're like, they know the market's changed, so they're like, oh, I better get in there. But you hate to break it to them, it's too late. You can't price it 10%, 20% higher anymore. But they still want to because they're like, that's a fluke. But at the end of the day, over the next 60, 30, 60, 90 days, we're going to have so much. We already have data right now that says, hey, here's where you want to price it. Here's 3 more priced way under yours that are just sitting there and haven't even had showings. You can already say that. But it's so new. The data is so new. It's only 30, 60 days old. So the seller's thinking, it's a blip. Let's raise the price. So they're pricing it higher. Over the next 30, 60, 90 days, we're going to have so much more concrete data that we can say, this isn't a fluke, guys. Now, what we're seeing is we're taking the listings at 10, 20% higher. But now what's happening? They're reducing. We're taking big reductions because the sellers want to sell. See, that's something else you guys got to understand, is that not everybody wants to sell. Just because they listed it doesn't mean they want to sell it. Just because somebody says they would sell doesn't mean they necessarily want to sell it or are very motivated to sell it. That's why we got to go back into, why are you looking to buy or sell? Oh, well, if I could get this, I would sell it, but if not, I'd probably keep it. Okay, I understand. This person's just a willy-nilly. We'll just help him put it on the property and service him, make sure he understands we're here to help him do whatever he wants to do, even if it's something crazy. And then when it doesn't sell, we're still friends. I'm going to help him later on. Or maybe he's just playing me, and in 3 weeks he says, let's get it down whatever we need to get it sold. I'm ready to go, right? So that's kind of the game you have to play right now, right? That's the game you have to play right now with these sellers. But I want you to go all in, guys. This right here is the moment that you've all been waiting on in real estate, right? A lot of agents are reaching out to me and DMing me talking about, worried about this. Am I going to get, is deals going to be there? You know, should I quit my doing? All kinds of crazy fear is kind of in the market right now in my DMs. And I'm trying to bring reason to them and say, listen, this is the moment you've been waiting on. These people don't have any confidence in the industry, right? They haven't sat down and looked at history and realized closings were happening all through dot-com crash, 9/11, 2008, the pandemic. Do you guys understand the data during the pandemic at the 45-day shutdown? 80% of the same amount of closings, right, during the pandemic, right? And that's interesting to me because that was a moment there was no human-to-human contact. So the title companies and mortgage companies, interesting is the fact that 80% of the same amount of pending deals happen. Now, let me take you guys back for a second to the pandemic, for like the shutdown. Remember how scary that was? Like we're all in our homes, cannot leave type situation, right? But 80% of the same amount of people that were writing deals that same 45-day prior, the last year, were doing it during the pandemic, during the shutdown. Do you understand how incredibly resilient the market is? You're never going to be able to bring the market down. So why not take advantage of it? You should be taking advantage of it. You should be taking advantage of it. Everybody here should be going all in with the fact that this is never going anywhere, and that we can literally take this moment with this market and acquire so much market share, which to me is relationships with people in your market. Whatever agent has the most relationships with property owners in your market owns the market share. I don't care how many closings you did last year. I got 1% of the market share because I closed 1% of the deals. I don't care. I created my entire business and became #1 agent in Alabama during 2008 is when I got back in the business, right? Which was actually midway through the process. Right now, we're early. It's not going to get like 2008, so don't worry. But if it does, that's a good thing too for us as agents. Maybe not as homeowners or, we don't want to see that again, right? But what I'm saying is it doesn't matter, guys. If you feel me, make some noise. Okay. I'm like, are they alive or are we sleeping? Okay, we're still with us. All right, cool. Who wants to make 7-figure a year in real estate? Okay, again, let me stretch you. Let me open you up a little bit. Who wants to make 8-figure a year? Okay. Me too. Right? Let me walk you through 7-figure a year. Okay? Step 1, visualize. You got to create a plan and execute. Real simple stuff. Right? But here's what most executing on 2022. The game is 2025. What are you doing day to day now? What's your routine? What are you executing on right now that's going to build massive business for 2025? I was talking to a mother and daughter team that's coming onto our brokerage in Florida, and we talked for a long time, and she said, my daughter wants to know if it's possible to make $500,000 this year. And they're experienced agents. I mean, they're not brand new. But she want to know, they're not making that much. They want to know if it's possible. And I said, well, maybe, yeah, could be, right? I said, that's cool, but listen, here's what's way more interesting to me. Can I take you? Can I mold you? Can I help you? Can I coach you? Can I mentor you to create a business that's $1 million a year over the next 3 to 5 years, and then make $1 million a year every year after? That's way more interesting to me than making $500,000 this year. That's what I'm more interested in. Through the process of creating $1 million business in the next 3 to 5, you're going to make a lot of money this year. That's just going to happen, byproduct. But can we focus on this long term? That's where it's at. And when you do that, your short term opens up. And it's like, boom, right? You could be like Aaron Ryan, crushing it. Right? Give it up for Aaron. Okay, I take it through a quick story. In 2008, when I got back in the business, foreclosures were everywhere. There was like 30 or 40 of them in my really small market. And I was really jealous of all the foreclosure agents. I was like, man, it should be nice to get all those listings, right? And so I jumped through all the hoops to try to become an REO agent to get those listings. And about 10% through the process, I was like, I don't want nothing to do with this, right? I'm not an employee. I'm trying to like build an empire over here, right? So I thought, wait a minute. All right, these foreclosure agents don't answer their phone, right? Because they don't have to. The bank gives them the listing. It's on MLS. You submit everything digitally, and bada boom, they make 30 grand. They don't have to answer the phone, and they know it. So I thought, okay, they're going to be out of business when the foreclosures go away because they're doing nothing to build a business that's going to sustain because foreclosures will go away. I saw all this happening. Now, as I'm telling you this story, I want you to understand the visualization moment here. And I want you to think about your own business and where you could be in 5 years based on the current market. But I thought, if I go out and instead of trying to represent the banks, go find the buyers for these properties and represent as many as I can, it's going to be a lot more work. But look at these relationships I'm going to have created, right? And they're going to own the properties. When property values go up and foreclosures go away, they're going to sell it for a profit. They're going to upgrade. They're going to refer 4 people to me. And I'm going to do 8 deals out of this 1 deal. And not only that, I visualized how it would take a couple years for that to happen, and that in a couple years is when my business would explode. I visualized that whole moment happening. And, from 2008, right, and then in 2014 was the first year I closed 100 deals. But I'm telling you right this second that it was from the visualization moment of 2008 and going all in on buyers for the foreclosures and realizing that those relationships were going to multiply into tens and tens of deals is what got me from the 0 to 100 deals a year, right? Must be nice to be you, Ricky. Yeah. Number one, guys, I'm getting jabbed and punched and knocked out every day. I'm losing massive deals every single day. You have no idea what I go through on a daily basis in terms of rejection, failure, loss, right? Not too many people can handle that. My dad calls it, you're transforming from muscle to granite. That's what he used to say on the roof. But the point is that I visualize that entire moment happening, right? And I want you to think about your business and where the market is and what your strategies are and what you can do to take advantage to build a massive business over the next 3 to 5 years. Maybe it produces a really huge business this year. Maybe it doesn't. Who cares? Think about long term because time's going to go by either way, right? So you got to visualize. The second thing is attract. People got to want to be around you. People got to be, they got to like you. They got to feel comfortable with you, or they're not going to do business with you. Right? I think one reason why a lot of people in here, if you had the opportunity to do business with me, right, raise your hand. Would you take it? Would you do it? I think one of the main reasons is because I'm a hard worker, and everybody likes a hard worker. And you guys know that I'm a genuine hard worker. Right? If you go out and you're genuinely a hard worker and people know that, they're going to be drawn to you, number one. To take it a step further, if you work really hard to help people without expecting anything in return, now they really like you. Now you're in the process of building a brand around helping others. Now people are super attracted to you. You got to visualize. You have to be an attractor. Right? And the third thing is accumulate. This is how you build a 7-figure business. This is the fundamentals. This is just the fundamentals. Visualize, attract, and accumulate. What are we going to accumulate? Ricky, tell us more. Relationships in your market. Right? Now think about it. 5 friends a day, 5 days a week, 5 years equals 6,000 friends with property owners that you picked in your marketplace, right? So think about your business in 5 years from now, how massive it will be if you made 6,000 friends viable, not internet leads that put in false information, people you talk to, viable. You've got 6,000 of them over the next 5 years that are getting a weekly email from you every week on the same day of the week forever. How massive is your business? Y'all can answer. You're probably the number one agent in your market. See how simple that could be? 5 friends a day, weekly email. I can do that. Anybody can do that. Can you do it over the next 3 to 5 years? There was an agent that came in, and one of my partners, he said, "This guy's making calls. He's so fired up and everything." I said, "Okay, but is he going to do it for 5 years every day for 5 years?" That's where I'll say he's a beast or not, right? That's where I'll say he's a beast or not. Not because he's got high energy and he made calls for one day, okay? Or even a week, or even a month, or even 6 months. That's nothing. I got to see you visualize a plan to make 6,000 friends or property owners in your market over the next 5 years, and I want to see you execute that plan. Then I'll say, okay, I got something. This person, I might could work with this person, right? Make some noise if you understand how to make 7 figures now. Okay. Now, once you've mastered that, you've got the fundamentals down, you're making 7 figures, let's take it to 8 figures. That's what I'm in the process of. So once you have your systems in place, your simple processes, you can visualize it, you know what you're good at, you know what works best, you know what's most efficient, and you've went all in on those activities and thrown everything else out the window. Now you're on the road to success. Boom, now you've hit 7 figures. Now let's go to 8. The first step there is collaboration. You got to get out of the shell of your local markets, maybe, of your local offices, maybe, right? You've got to collaborate with people that are either making 8 figures. If you want to make 8 figures, you need to hang out with somebody that's making 8 figures. Or you need to be talking to somebody who's on their way to making 8 figures. And collaborate with these people because they have learned leverage. Once you get to that point, now it's all about how do we scale? How do we leverage? How do we take advantage of the opportunities that are right there in front of us? Because it's right there in front of us, guys. Is my screen up? I don't have a screen. Screen's not there. It's okay. I don't need it.
No, I actually do have it.
Anyway, give it up for Alexa.
It should work. It should work.
I was giving her all this praise earlier and stuff, and here we are. I don't even have my slide.
He doesn't need a slide.
It's okay.
Everyone knows who he is.
I'm good. What I was going to say, and the point is that I will take anybody, everybody, every single person and work with you on an individual basis. You all know how to get in touch with me. I answer every single Instagram message, right? And what was on the screen, I'll just say it. You can also text me. My text number, 251-312-8844. If you're not part of my text community, you can reach me there as well. Message me on Instagram. Say, hey, I want to collaborate with you. I want to make 8 figures. Let me walk you through my process. Let me show you what I'm doing. Let me show you how I'm leveraging. Let me show you my plan. I'm not going to come up here and say it because not everybody's that ambitious. Or maybe you are. How many people do want to make 8-figure a year? But are you willing to put in the work to make 8-figure a year? That's the question. You say yes. You say yes, but it's like a new agent, right? They come in, and I'm like, it's hard. Being a new agent is hard. You're going to go through some real pain here to get this thing going. And they're like, oh, I know. I'm good. I know it's going to be hard. I ain't worried about it. Right? But what happens is yeah, they knew it was going to be hard, and they were prepared for hard. But the thing is, when they got in there, they didn't realize it was 20 times harder than they thought. They didn't understand the level of frustration and disappointment that they were going to go through. They knew they were going to experience some, but not to the level. That's where we lose a lot of them. So when you say, yes, I want to go make 8 figures, we'll see, right? I want to take a couple questions, but before I do, I just want to say, and hopefully this hits home with you for a little bit, right? But in 2025, okay, visualize yourself then. You're not going to care what you made in 2022, okay? All you're going to care about is how much you made in 2025, okay? But what you make in 2025 is going to be predicated on the seeds you plant in 2022. The actions you take in 2022 is going to produce the results in 2025, not what you do in 2025. Don't wait till 2025 to put your business together to make 8 figures. Start working on it right now. Thank you, guys. I love you. Thank you, guys. You got a mic? I want to take 2 questions, please. 251-312-8844.
All right. Tell us your name, where you're from, and what your question is.
My name's Jacqueline. I'm from El Paso, Texas, but I've been residing in San Diego for 6 years. And my question for Ricky is, I've been told as I've been learning that less is more, and I've been someone that's always prided myself to go above and beyond for my clients, whatever business I'm in. So what is your advice for buyers that expect you to be an expert in everything from construction to being the lender, escrow? What do you do?
Refer them out. There's a nice brand new agent that still has that new agent smell, just waiting on a buyer like that, right? But to answer your question more straightforward, the thing is no one can expect you to know everything about everything, right? Therefore, I don't try to learn nothing about nothing, right? I don't know square footages of my listings or how many bedrooms and what the lot sizes are, right? I could say, that's your question? Hold on. Boom, here's the answer, right? Your buyer has a title question? I got a title person I can call. 1 second, please. Hey, okay, cool. Here's your answer, right? See, we don't have to know everything about everything. We just not gonna know a little bit about a little bit. That's all you gotta know, right? And so what you're doing is you're assuming, see, now has anybody ever had a buyer like that wants you to know all the stuff that she just said? All right, we were thinking about moving out here, but I'm not going to be dealing with clients like that. If that's how it is out here.
Thank you for releasing me, giving me the freedom to refer them out.
Everybody was like, yeah, everybody like, no, okay. But listen, just relax with that. If somebody tries to act like, listen, here's one of the biggest things that holds agents back is the fear of looking dumb. And that holds people back so much. And the thing is the questions that somebody would ask you are questions that you wouldn't even research anyway. You spend all day researching to make sure you don't look dumb, and then they ask you the one question that you didn't research. Every single time, right? And so then what? You still look dumb, right? But the thing is we don't look dumb. That's the thing. You don't look dumb in that situation. It's like, oh, that's what you want to know? Let me figure this out. Let me get you the most qualified answer. I'm not a title person. I'm not a mortgage person. I'm a real estate agent. All I do is connect buyers and sellers, okay? I'm not a mathematician. I don't know how to, construct a house, right? I'm just the middleman between the buyers and sellers. That's all I do, sir, right? That's all I do, Jimmy.
His name is Freddie.
Freddie. I was close.
Well, happy birthday. Thanks, Ricky.
Thank you
It's
so
been
much.
great.
So 2 questions, you said?
Yeah.
I mean, you got up
Anybody
right
from
away.
over at this side of the room?
She was really owning it.
Go ahead.
Can we do
Yeah,
maybe?
I'll take one more from over here after
Yes. Tell us your name, where you're from, and what your question is.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Veronica. I'm in the Fontana area, Inland Empire. I started listening to you barely a few months ago, and I have a branch with EXP, so I have like 14 agents with me, and the majority of them are brand new. So I share a lot of your videos with them. My question to you specifically is, I'm handling some business. I prospect 2-3 hours a day. I close a few transactions in my career, but if I really want to take my business myself to the next level to be the leader that I need to be for my people, what do I need to start doing with your coaching particularly tomorrow, let's say?
To influence your team, you
To
mean?
grow my transactions.
Oh, to build your transactions.
I feel like the best way to lead is
Yeah.
by example.
Yeah. And that's why I've been selling for so long and continue to sell, because I feel like, why would anybody listen to me if I'm not selling, right?
Exactly.
So honestly, in 2014, that was the first year I did 100 deals. I made 600 grand. And the next year I put together this plan to make $1 million the next year, because the goal was always $1 million, right? So I made this masterful plan. And I said, I'm going to do this, this, and this, talk to this many people, I'm going to get this many listings, and I'm going to make $1 million. It's mathematical. Like, I've got the equation, right? And so January came, February came, March came, and it looked like I was going to make 600 again, right? I couldn't get to all the stuff I wanted to do because I was trying to jam too much in there. So I hired a coach. And what happened was I realized that I was doing all the right things. I just wasn't patient. See, people don't understand, like, to be successful short and long term, you have to believe, right? Work hard, adapt, and then be patient, right? And so I would fear to say that your success that you want to show your team isn't in the number of transactions, right? The success you want to show your team is the consistency of your actions. And so if they see you doing it, and even doing it when you're not necessarily seeing the results you want to see, that's inspirational to them, and that makes them want to start putting in the work, right? And then what happens? Magic happens. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
All right.
Hey, guys. This side of the room, the quiet side.
I'll let you pick, Ricky.
Huh?
You get to pick.
No. Yeah. There's a gentleman right. There's only one hand up, so it's not a whole lot of options over here, to be honest with you.
You're the lucky one, sir. Tell us your name, where you're from, and what your question is.
Thank you very much. My name is John. I'm from LA County, San Fernando Valley to be exact. Thank you, Ricky. Really enjoyed the presentation. My question is, can you elaborate a little bit on the psychology of getting over your fear of calling people for the first time? That's really a challenge for me. And I haven't done a few calls, but the calls that I have done have been successful, and I feel like I've been more productive.
Yeah.
But getting past that fear, that initial fear, is really challenging.
Do you have a family?
I do.
Okay. Wife, kids, son, daughter, dogs?
Yes, to all the above.
Got 2 of all. 2 wives, 2 dogs, 2... I mean, he said it.
You got me there.
Okay. This is live, by the way.
1 wife, 5 kids, 1 dog.
Oh! Hey, yo! That is one way to live your life. Okay. Listen, man. This is like an entire presentation to talk about this subject, honestly. But just to kind of sum it all up, I understand the anxiety, right? I understand the anxiety of making calls. 100%. Why? Because every single person experiences it. I don't care who you are, how great you are on the phone now, how great you, or maybe you say, I was never scared. Yeah, you were. I know people that are like, I was never scared. Yes, you were. Right? It's just like a new agent. We all go through the same emotional roller coaster, right? You get in, you're excited, to the moon, right? And then boom, three weeks in, too much information, can't learn it all, super frustrating. Boom, hadn't sold anything in 3 months, super disappointed. Then you look around and say, this is harder than I thought, but I can do this. That's what the future top producers say, because we all went through that. Back to calls, we all go through anxiety in the beginning, right? But the top producers, they fail the fastest. Therefore, learn the quickest, right? And are able to make adjustments and get to the good part. See, it's all stages. Stage 1, scared. I don't want to make calls. Stage 2, make the calls, realize it didn't kill me. Right? Stage 3, oh, I kind of like this a little bit. Stage 4, let me figure out what to say exactly. This is going good. Stage 5, let me learn. So now that I learn what to say, let me learn how to say it. Stage 6, how do I read people on the phone? How do I read the other person? And now we've reached maximum mastery level, where then we continue climbing. We're always trying to get better, right? And it takes sometimes years to get through those stages, right? But what I want to say to you is bust through the stages as quick as possible, because the people who aren't as successful as they want to be in this business, they run into these stages and they get stuck in these stages. And they just kind of get stuck. And they don't progress to the next stage and to the next stage and the next stage. What I want all of you to do is bust right through every stage that there is with no fear. Why? Because you got 2 wives, 2 kids, 2 dogs, right?
5 kids.
Yeah, you got 5 kids, 8 wives. You know, taking care of that many wives and stuff is... You got to be...
One wife.
Nah, but let's go to the 5-kid part, right? On a real note, don't you want the best life that you can possibly provide for them?
Of course, absolutely.
So why would you let a moment of uncomfortableness that means nothing to anybody but you stop you from providing the very best life that you can for your kids? It's just a moment of you feeling a bit uncomfortable, and you're going to let that stop you from providing the best life that you can provide for your family? Now, I understand anxiety. I don't understand anxiety holding me back from providing the very best life that I can for my family. Period. Right? And that's just how I am. Nothing's going to stop me, not even me. So I want you, when you wake up in the morning, say, you know what, he's right. I'm just going to make calls. What's the worst that can happen? Now, let me ask you, what's the worst that can happen? No, I want to know.
They can say no, they can yell at you, they can threaten a lawsuit.
Which is going to happen quite often. A lot of people are going to say no. A lot. But you got to hear the no's to get to the yeses. Our job, guys, listen to me. Our job is to filter through the population to find that 20 to 30. It's only 20 to 30% who's going to like you enough to do business with you. But you have to put in the work, right? This comes back to how much we can handle, right? This may be the part where you can't handle, right? Can you handle putting in the work to call enough people and get over that anxiety to find the 20% of the population that love you enough to do business with you? Or can you not handle that? Because remember, relationship created to close. And if we're not creating, we're not closing. So you better be creating, or you're not going to be closing. Creating, closing. I just like to do this and say creating, closing. Right? I don't know, man. I could talk a lot. I could really dig in with you on this, but I think I made my point. Just relax and have fun with it. You're thinking it's a chore, and this is negative, when this is fun. You see me making calls? On Cold Call Wars last week, they said, well, won't you make some calls, Ricky? I said, bet. Let me boom, 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 bow, 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 pow, go, boom, bow. Hello, Mrs. Johnson. Right? On live television. Let's just call it television.
How long did it take you before it became fun for you?
What's up?
how long did it take you before it became fun for you? Because I see that when I watch your videos, that you're actually having fun in your when you hear somebody say, "Yeah, let me give you my email address," you jump.
I'm still working on it. Guys, I love you. And what we're going to do, we want to gather and we'll go in the lobby. They're going to take a picture of us as a group from overhead, the little thing up there. So if we could congregate, go in the lobby, we're going to take a picture. I'll be in the front going like this. And then I'll take pictures and stuff in front of the Zero to Diamond thing out there.
Give it up to Ricky one more time. Crushed it. Oh my God, I'm so sorry about your slide. It's okay.